Welcome, everybody. We are going to get started here in about 2 minutes.
Turn it down too low. But do a test. Sure.
I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, February 15, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Miss Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Miss Kennedy.
Here.
Miss LaPrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Miss Zolotel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Here.
Miss Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chief Curl, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Chief, since you're at the podium, if you wouldn't mind just sticking around for a few minutes. At the last Assembly meeting, through passage of the consent agenda, Chief Curl was unanimously confirmed as APD Chief. The following day, he was sworn... The following day, on his birthday, he was sworn in as chief. And just for the public's information, some appointees are sworn in during assembly meetings here in the chambers. While it's always great to have those swearing-in ceremonies here in the chambers, some appointees prefer to have a swearing-in ceremony somewhere else. Sometimes it's private with family. Chief, now that you have been confirmed and officially sworn in as chief, welcome back. Happy belated birthday and congratulations.
Thank you.
Many of us have worked with you for years. We value your leadership and service to this community. I look forward to continued partnership between the Anchorage Police Department and the Assembly. Thank you to APD for the ongoing support at Assembly meetings and for all that your team, both sworn and non-sworn staff, do to keep the public safe. And if you would say a few words, that would be wonderful.
I have quite a few, thank you. First, I want to thank Mayor Bronson for my appointment, City Manager as well. I want to thank the Assembly for the unanimous confirmation. Thank goodness it was unanimous, because it would be kind of awkward for me to sit up here and only thank a portion of you. I do look forward to working with you on matters relating to public safety and all efforts to make Anchorage a safer community for all residents, visitors, and workers. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Police Department to thank the members of the community. The community recognizes and greatly appreciates the sacrifice and dedication of our police officers. Thank you all for believing in us. Oftentimes, the vocal few make the most noise in an attempt to mask the feelings of the majority. This is not the case in Anchorage. The simple smiles at passing officers, the notes, the cards, the food at holidays, and the waves thanking us for our service is greatly appreciated. On behalf of all the men and women of the Anchorage Police Department, I want to thank you for your continued support. I want to take this opportunity to thank the mayor and the assembly, our elected officials, for your public service. You keep our city going each and every day for our friends and family. I admire your dedication despite the personal attacks, the obscene and profanity-laced emails and voicemails you receive only too often. I have seen firsthand the time and effort you put into service for the community, and I want to thank you. I do have one request, however. You know, the late Friday afternoon meetings, if we could move those to Thursday, that would be much more appreciated. Finally, I want to thank all the men and women who work for the Anchorage Police Department. The sworn and non-sworn personnel love the community we serve and selflessly work to make the community safer and an even better place to live. With that said, I want to highlight some of the efforts our department made from last year. If I spoke about every accomplishment of our department, I would be here all night. I'm only going to highlight a few. In our record section, they processed almost 10,000 records requests, 33,000 citations. They handled 42,569 phone calls, 9,240 online reports, and took 2,296 reports over the phone. In dispatch, they answered 159,257 911 calls. They had 198,413 admin calls. That's 357,670 calls to dispatch, almost 1,000 a day. In our IDU and traffic, they conducted over 14,000 traffic stops. They arrested 628 drunk drivers. Department-wide, we had 1,551 drunk driving arrests. ISU, we created ISU to arrest the most violent and prolific offenders. They were involved in the arrest and apprehension of over 180 violent and prolific offenders last year. Property crimes, they reviewed over 7,000 cases and arrested 870 individuals. We stood up our cold case unit and we had 2 arrests for cold case homicides. CAP, they posted 400 camps and dealt with 79 addresses due to excessive police calls. Property and evidence, there's over 223,000 pieces of property and evidence on hand. Our lab, we have over 1,100 NIBIN entries. NIBIN is technology that links guns to crime. This is our continuing effort to reduce violent crime in Anchorage. Total calls for service. We responded to 236,514 calls for service. Those are the men and women, the patrol officers on the street. 11,600 of those calls for service dealt with mental health. The total number of arrests, we made 9,524 total arrests last year. That's 26 arrests per day. I just want to highlight this. These are the efforts of the sworn and non-sworn members of the Anchorage Police Department that come to work every day to make Anchorage an even better place. I look forward to leading the Anchorage Police Department as we make the municipality an even better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Curl, and congratulations. We are very fortunate to have you leading the Anchorage Police Department. Ms. Zalatel, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the Indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present Indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Could I get a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting of August 31, 2021, the regular meeting of September 14, 2021, the special meeting of September 20, 2021, and the regular meeting of September 28, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the minutes from the special meeting of August 31, 2021, regular meeting of September 14, 2021, the special meeting of September 20, 2021, and the regular meeting of September 28, 2021 have been approved. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here tonight. Last week, my team and I were in our state capitol presenting the case for the Port of Alaska. We met with dozens of lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, along with the governor and his staff. It was a very productive trip, and we believe the consensus is growing to provide funding for the Port of Alaska. With the state's financial outlook improving through a combination of higher oil prices and strong investment returns, we're optimistic that lawmakers will commit to funding the port this year. Whether that funding comes in the form of a general obligation bond package like the governor has proposed or through a direct appropriation, it's not my concern. My focus has been and will continue to be getting the state to agree to join Anchorage in saving our port. We expect to make additional trips down to Juneau this session. We'll be going to D.C. in March to make the rounds on Capitol Hill. I ask the Assembly to help us in these efforts and to leverage their connections in Juneau. It's truly an all-hands-on-deck effort. As folks know, my office, through our Chief Equity Officer, Junior Amave, has been helping coordinate donation efforts for the people of Tonga following the volcanic eruption and ensuing tsunami. Last Friday, these efforts culminated with a ceremonial blessing and prayer over the supplies, goods, and food that will be sent to Tonga in the coming days. Leaders from the Polynesian and Tongan communities gathered at a local church to bless the donations. Thanks to the generous spirit of Alaskans, 3 40-foot containers holding 40,000 pounds of cargo each were filled with critical goods and food for the people of Tonga. Matson Shipping donated these containers and is working to ship them to Tonga as we speak. I want to thank all the partners who made this possible. Thank you to Matson, Alaska Airlines, GCI, Wikilicious, the Polynesian Association of Alaska, Superman Moving, local churches, and most importantly, the volunteers who coordinated it all. Work like this reminds me of why I live in this wonderful city of ours. As we continue to celebrate Black History Month, my office has been holding events and forums to highlight the unique work of black leaders. We recently held a forum with local black leaders to hear their perspectives on how we can make Anchorage a better place to work and grow a small business. Today, we hosted a roundtable with Black History 365. That's an educational organization focused on teaching students the incredible history of African Americans in our country. We're planning more events before the month is over to highlight black leaders. In addition, this month we've been recognized a black leader each day on our social media platforms. As I said before, black history is American history. I want to take just a minute now to recognize the passing of a longtime legislator and great Alaskan, Johnny Ellis. Johnny Ellis was a legend in Alaska's political circles. He was a gentleman, a great friend to many, and fierce defender of those he represented. He gave nearly his entire adult life to public service, having served in the legislature for 30 years. He embodied the character traits of a true statesman, temperance, humility, and boldness. His presence and leadership in our state will be sorely missed. I want to thank folks for being here tonight. Your presence and attention to the matters of our city is greatly appreciated. And Madam Chair, back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies. Mr. Constant, you're not showing up.
Okay.
I will recognize you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to, through you, reach out to
the directors of your maintenance and operation department, and send my great thanks to all of the men and women who are working tirelessly for the last 3 weeks, almost overnight each night, to clear the streets of snow. I'm hearing reports from people that they're feeling like they haven't been attended to. And I want to make sure that the public knows that the administration is working very hard, and the maintenance and operation department has been nonstop, and my gratitude to them through you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I will certainly pass that along. Thank you for reminding us of that.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight, whether you are joining the meeting in person or online. We're glad you're here. Mayor Bronson, thank you for your comments regarding Senator Ellis. We mourn his passing and celebrate his contributions to our state and offer condolences to his family. Thankfully, COVID-19 case numbers and hospitalizations are trending down. However, we are still in a state of high community transmission. Individuals present are requested to wear face coverings. Masks are available near the entrance to the chambers. The Assembly COVID-19 mitigation plan for the chambers limits capacity in the chambers to no more than 125 people, including media. Assembly leadership is monitoring the situation and may modify the mitigation plan in the future. Over the past 6 or so years, funding has been restored to the Anchorage Police Department. Since I've been on the body, the Assembly has been strongly committed to funding APD to ensure there are resources for recruitment, police academies, and training. We are fortunate to have professional police leadership and dedicated sworn and non-sworn staff. The hardworking men and women in blue who sacrifice their lives to protect us deserve our support. They put their lives on the line on a daily basis. They deserve a secure and livable retirement, as do our firefighters who work hard every day to save lives, often under dangerous conditions. They deserve a secure and livable retirement too. There's a resolution on the consent agenda that endorses House Bill 55, a bipartisan sponsored bill which would create a new defined benefit pension option for state and municipal peace officers and firefighters. This bill is similar to past bills that this body has supported. It would give the municipality a competitive advantage with recruiting and retaining qualified individuals as well. I hope that this resolution is something both branches can come together on, possibly even with unanimous support. Speaking of unanimous support, there will be an opportunity to advocate for our community's legislative priorities, specifically the Port of Alaska Modernization Program and resources for housing the homeless. The Alaska Municipal League Winter Legislative Conference starts tomorrow in Juneau. I'll be attending along with Mr. Peterson and Ms. Quinn Davidson and also Ms. Ross. I am grateful to Mayor Bronson for continuing the critical focus on the port and addressing homelessness. Thank you to the administration, especially Mr. Shanigan, for helping us prepare for this trip. I look forward to helping to earn legislative support for these critical projects. I want to note that the next regular municipal election will be Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. The last day to register to vote or update your voter registration is Sunday, March 6th, 30 days before the next regular municipal election. If you have questions, you can contact MOA Elections at 907-243-VOTE or 907-243-8683 or email elections@anchorageak.gov. Assembly leadership is committed to ensuring that this April's election, like prior elections, is fair, accurate, transparent, and accessible. A reminder that this is a business meeting and we are here to do the work of the municipality. We have a very full agenda tonight, and I ask everyone to please help create a climate of respect. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, pacing. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or the area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais, and I may interrupt you if you are off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments, and then when you speak, you'll have 3 minutes. Community council representatives will have 5 minutes. And I know it can get frustrating, but please keep in mind that assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is set aside for the public to speak. Again, thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for your participation in local government. We'll now go to committee reports, and we will start with Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. Community Economic Development Committee, which I co-chair with Ms. Allard, who will correct anything I leave out. We had a meeting last Thursday, and we looked at a number of items, some that we'll see on the agenda today. We looked at the rolled curbs item that's on the agenda. We also looked at a coming soon ordinance about cleanup standards for contaminated soils, and also the changes to Title 23, our building code, and Title 21, our land use code, that you see today. There's a number of amendments for both of those, and most of those went through the committee, and we'll be ready to discuss those. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything to report with the committee, but if I could take this time for personal privilege.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the end of a meeting last week, I was personally attacked by inappropriate name calling. While I am a firm believer in freedom of speech and I can handle the heat, the Assembly has made it clear that decorum includes only speech it approves of. The body has chastised members of the public for their speech, for name calling, and even accused of simple hand gestures deemed inappropriate. While I'm not offended by the event itself, many in the community are offended. And I hope all mothers and fathers of daughters are paying attention to these disrespectful actions against a member of the Assembly. I am disappointed in the lack of equal treatment and the hypocrisy that demands respect for some, but not respect for all. We can do better, and if we're going to set standards, let's keep them for everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee will meet on Wednesday, February 23rd at noon. This will be a virtual meeting. And also, we have got a new feature in our vote by mail this year. It's called Ballot Tracks. You're able to sign up to track your ballot all the way from the time it's mailed to you until it's at the election center being tabulated. And you can go do that at anchoragevotes.com. You can choose to get text, email, or voicemail alerts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick updates. First, tomorrow there's going to be a meeting of the Assembly's Housing and Homelessness Committee from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. via Teams. There's a few items. I just want to highlight two of them. First is a discussion on winter abatement, and then second, we will have a housing overview discussion. Second, I want to highlight a municipal audit committee meeting that will be occurring next week, February 22nd, from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. via Teams. We'll be talking about an audit that was done regarding PVRs, performance value results, as well as get an update from BDO on the 2021 annual financial report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have a report to give for the Reapportionment Committee. The fundamental details that the public should know is that process is moving forward at a steady clip. We have a number of meetings coming forward where the public can participate. We've had months of public process in the ongoing efforts. The next meeting will be a public hearing at a special meeting on Thursday, February 24th in this chamber. The next day will be a work session of the Assembly to address any thoughts and inputs from the work session and set out a work plan to achieve an outcome that ends up with us having an adopted map. supported by a majority of the body. And then on March 1st, we'll have a second public hearing. The intent at that meeting is to open the public hearing and to go as far as that process goes. If the public hearing ends, then there is some discussion among the members of the committee as to whether the plan should be to move towards adoption or to wait for additional opportunity for local community councils to have a part of input to the process. Currently, the committee moved forward 3 maps. An individual member moved forward a 4th map, which the committee had voted down, which is their right. And other than that, the committee is doing its duty. And now I'm going to address the comment that was just made. So anybody who was in the room knows that I did not make any comments, but I did in fact have a forensic sound engineer review the audio tape, the YouTube clip, and the one thing he was able to assess was that it was a woman's voice that came in through the phone. So any argument that I used that platform to make such comments is based on a communication that came in from a known blogger. The sound engineer did have one thing to say, though. The way that the sound is structured, it's like a Rorschach test. And so whatever somebody hears is what's in their mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Enterprise and Utilities Oversight Committee will meet on February 17th from 11 to 12 via Teams. We have a very packed agenda. We're going to take up the Eklutna hydroelectric project update, fluoridation of water in Girdwood, North Extension Stabilization Plan, that's related to the Port of Alaska, petroleum and cement terminal construction change order, also related to the port, and transfer of the Birchwood Airport to the MOA. So really informative and packed agenda. Hope you can join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee will be this Thursday, the 17th at 12:10 on Teams. I'll say also, as the mayor mentioned, we lost a sort of titan of Alaskan politics this week, or last week rather, and several of us on the Assembly are currently working on a resolution. I also am sort of circulating amongst some of his close friends, and so we hope to have it submitted and ready by the March 1st agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No committee report, but just looking forward to traveling to Juneau tomorrow with Ms. LaFrance, Chair LaFrance, and Mr. Peterson, who are leaders at AML, so they're going to show me the ways of AML. But just looking forward to continuing conversations around funding that we've been having with regard to homelessness and the port for several years now. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 2 items to talk about tonight. One is a meeting that will be on February 18th from 1 to 3 p.m. It's a joint meeting. It's the Assembly Public Safety Committee and the Public Safety Advisory Commission holding a meeting regarding APD body-worn policy. That meeting will have some information about sort of where we've been and where we are and where we're going with this timeline, and some information in terms of what has been done up till now. There'll be a discussion from the Department of Law in terms of giving some information about the legal background for the current policy. There'll be a presentation from APD talking about sort of what this looks like in action and in practice, so people can get a real sense of sort of what to expect moving forward. And then there'll also be an opportunity for the public to come forward and share their thoughts as well. So I encourage folks to attend that on Friday from 1 to 3 on Teams. The other meeting I wanted to update people on is sort of an emerging committee, a community committee. There was formerly a committee called the Vaccine Advisory Committee that worked with the department, the health department. That committee was ended However, we really wanted to continue to create a space for those community leaders that have done so much over the last year to continue to work on health issues for our city. So we're bringing together that group and, temporarily calling them the Community Health Advisory Committee, and they'll be working to discuss the charter, an updated charter, a timeline for their meetings, and really having a clear purpose for what they're going to do. The initial idea is that they would serve as an advisory group to the Health Policy Committee and bring community voice to many of the health policy issues that we have in our city. So that meeting will be on February 17th from 4 to 6 p.m., also on Teams. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we are going to address any laid on the table items. There is one laid on the table item which also includes an information memorandum that accompanies it. The laid on the table ordinance includes also an S version, an S1 version, and an S2 version. It is an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly providing for reapportionment of the Assembly election districts. It includes several maps and also Assembly informational memorandum, subject Assembly Reapportionment Committee submittals AO 2022-X, and then an S, an S1, and an S2 versions. And we are just confirming here that the versions that I referenced, the initial AO, the S version, the S1, and the S2 are included in the packet, and they are here. Members should have those in their red folders. Thank you, Matt. Along with the maps and the AIM. That item does not require a vote to be laid on the table. So at this time,
Madam Chair, point of order.
go ahead, Mr. Constant. What is
Thank
your
you.
procedural question?
No, that's, I don't know if it's
Or
a question, yeah, it's a,
What rule do you believe has been broken?
neither, but if you look at Exhibit A of the item that's laid on the table, there's a placeholder there for the proposed map because there were some slight changes that the contractor said they needed to make with the map that had been presented to them. So I don't yet have the map. I know it's come through or coming through, and Mr. Gates will be handing that forward, so members will have the benefit. But the map is available in the online viewer for people to see at this time at reapportionanc.org.
And I am advised by the clerk, Mr. Constant, that we can supplement that item when it's available. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, yeah, that map is in the packet here, Exhibit A. It says Map 11, but that should say Map 11 version 2. So it's in the red binder we just got.
Okay, so then the map that we have that's in the binder separate from the packet is the one that should take the place of the page that says placeholder.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. I just
Thank you,
want
Mr.
people to
Weddleton.
know that because it's kind of weird and lots of stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Appreciate the clarification. So at this time, Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any opposition?
I have a question, actually. Do we get to discuss?
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I guess clarification. So is the S2 with Miss Allard's map, is that part of this laid on the table item? It package, okay, thank you.
Yes, the laid on the table ordinance includes the original ordinance, the S version, the S1 version, and the S2 version, the accompanying maps, and the AIM. Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items. Seeing no opposition, the addendum has been incorporated. The addendum as printed and distributed has been incorporated along with the laid on the table item. So we'll now move on to initial audience participation. We do not have any appearance requests for tonight. This initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. Please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You'll have 3 minutes. Personal attacks are not appropriate. Audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. And again, assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. With that, welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live or your community council. And could you turn on the microphone and pick it up and put it on the podium?
Dustin Darden, I'm a candidate for the United States Senate running against Lisa Murkowski, also a member of the school board candidacy.
Your proposed new school board policy, seeking once again to limit the constitutionally protected speech of American citizens. Your power does not supersede that of the U.S. Constitution and the First Amendment rights of the citizens of this great nation. Let's be very, very clear who has the power. It is not government policy. Do not warn me or do not interrupt my time.
That if you make personal insults like that again, or if you personally direct your comments, you will be asked to step away from the podium. I am asking you to make your comments, but do not do name calling like you just did.
This is my comment, not your comment. I'm quoting to you now from the United States Supreme Court 1964 case, New York Times versus Sullivan. This is constitutional case law in this country, and I'm quoting you from the U.S. Supreme Court. The judges wrote that this nation is founded on the, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues shall be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and that it may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks on government and public officials. That's constitutional case law in this nation. I don't have to be nice to you. Nobody behind me has to be nice to you. If you don't like living in the United States of America, then you can all move to Russia, Cuba, or China. This is the First Amendment. My right to critique your fascism, which is what this is constitutionally protected. There are emails, public record emails, in which the Director of Equity is lobbying and advocating for public comment to be censored in this school district. And you know what? You know what? Lobbying for it, advocating for it. We've got the school board president saying she'll do better at hitting the mute button in blatant violation of the Constitution for her lobbying and her advocacy of unconstitutional censorship. I want you, the school board, to terminate the employment of Dr. Charissa Gibson with immediate effect. Terminated her employment, I want all of you to tender your resignations for hating on this country. We have a God-given constitutional right to critique you, and we can speak in any lawful tone that we see fit. And don't go looking around, Benito, because this is the United States of America. You have a good... one more thing. I'm going to make a verbal request right now for an unedited copy of the tape. So if any of you delete it, you're going to have a big legal problem. Good night.
Tradition. This is a war on religion.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Jeff Fensky. Thank you for raising this COVID shield. I'd like to talk about vitamin D Part 4. Israelis have come out with a new study. It's another state-of-the-art study. The Germans did that 50 nanograms per milliliter one. If people have 50 nanograms per milliliter, it's very difficult to die from COVID. And hardly anybody's talking about it. Now this is an Israeli study. There's almost 200 studies now. And this Israeli study is also state-of-the-art, and it measured the amount of vitamin D people had before they were in the hospital. So it takes away that the factor that maybe they lost vitamin D after they got sick. And they concluded that, it's peer-reviewed, they concluded that people who are deficient in vitamin D are 14 times more likely to fall severely ill. That's 1,400% difference from deficient vitamin D to people that have sufficient, which is about 40 nanograms per milliliter, they're saying. And it's in my first post here. I added it to my first post, To Be Freed Up Press. And Felix was saying last time that the Health and Human Services might consider the disproportionate rate of black people having a disproportionate rate of illness and COVID, twice the number of COVID deaths, as being racism. And I'm saying it's not racism, but it's low vitamin D. Dark-skinned people have 15 to 20 times severe deficiency compared to light-skinned people. 15 to 20 times severe deficiency. And because of the melanin in the skin, they need up to 10 times the amount of sun to get the same amount of D. And they have when whites have similar low vitamin D levels as blacks, they die at the same increased rate because of all-cause mortality, or with all-cause mortality. So I'm saying it's racism for the Health and Human Services, Fauci, Zinc, and all the health department to not tell dark-skinned people the truth about high enough vitamin D levels being the key. And Alaska Natives, it's a factor too in Hispanics. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Jason, and I'm in Austin, Quinn Davidson, and Perez Verdias District, Spenard. And hello, Assembly. In 96 days from today, we will mark the 30th anniversary of the worst fluoride poisoning tragedy in the United States. And to clarify for Mr. Constant that this is not gaslighting. Acid of sodium hexafluoride corroded the pumping equipment in Hooper Bay, and it malfunctioned. As a result, Hooper Bay residents fell victim to a mass poisoning. Shortly after this deadly tragedy, an overwhelming number of native villages in Alaska stopped adding fluoride to their water supplies. In 2007, the city of Juneau conducted an executive investigation of fluoride and stopped adding fluoride to their water supply. In 2010, the city of Fairbanks put together a blue ribbon task force and conducted a comprehensive executive investigation and ended fluoridation. And Anchorage, in these times, in spite of many repeated calls from the community to review these studies, has not conducted an investigation. Even after a fluoride pump malfunction on Elmendorf Fort Rich in April of 2010, there was no fair review of our investigation in Anchorage. In 2011, our neighbor city of Palmer to the north conducted an administrative review of the Fairbanks and Juneau studies and also stopped fluoridation. And on 14th of December 2021, Mayor Bronson was the first Anchorage official to exercise diligence and offer a temporary injunction with respect to the danger that the highly toxic corrosive fluorosilicate powder poses to the treatment personnel of AWWU. And I thank Mayor Bronson for his diligence in this matter. And we now have 96 days left until the anniversary of the Hooper Bay tragedy. This is an ethical and historic issue for Anchorage, and I ask for diligence from our representative assembled here. And if this is not possible, then please let it be from one of the assembly members here to champion a due process and move for an investigative review of the Fairbanks and Juneau studies on this controversial fluoride treatment. It is the due process right of all persons in Anchorage that a fair investigation shall not be infringed as per Article 1, Section 7 of the Alaska Constitutional Due Process Clause. So that's why I'm asking here to please motion for a fair and just investigation of fluoridation on behalf of all persons of Anchorage and guarantee us due process in this serious matter.
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you. And I also want to say that this screen here is also a due process violation because it was never a fair investigation to justify the screen here. So.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Andrew Gray, and I live in District 4. My birthday is tomorrow, and I'd like to begin by wishing my fellow Aquarian, one of the Eagle River Assembly members, a happy birthday. I'd also like to congratulate her on a successful rally against trucker vaccine mandates that took place on February 6th. The CDC recently released a report showing that natural immunity from a previous COVID infection provides up to 3 times the protection from hospitalization that the vaccine alone does. This, combined with the fact that after the Omicron surge, a high percentage of Americans have now had COVID, make further vaccine requirements for truckers unnecessary. I agree with you. The blog Must Read Alaska has described me as a radical leftist. If so, the praise I have just given Mrs. Allard and her trucker rally puts me at odds with my own base. It's a risky choice and an uncomfortable one, but one that I make because I want to stand up for truth regardless of the political consequences. And I want all our elected officials to be willing to do the same. For the first time in American history, a former president has refused to concede his loss of a presidential election. This, despite any substantial evidence of voter fraud. Trump's own Justice Department was unable to substantiate sufficient electoral irregularities to affect the ultimate outcome. Yet a PRRI poll this past November showed 68% of Republicans believe that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump. Nothing like this has ever happened. Even the Confederacy acknowledged Abraham Lincoln's win as legitimate. Not all Republicans have supported Trump's big lie. Some have spoken out against the former president, and the price they have paid has been to be labeled as traitors by their own party. As one U.S. Senator recently said, her responsibility is to represent the values of the people of Alaska, not the Republican Party. In a comment on her own birthday Facebook post last week, the assembly member from Eagle River stated that she would, quote, take a bullet for President Donald J. Trump. Once a soldier, always a soldier, end quote. From one soldier to another, I ask you to delete that comment. Our oath was to uphold the Constitution of the United States, not pledge allegiance to an individual. Supreme loyalty to a leader is what we expect in authoritarian countries like North Korea, not democracies like ours. I listen to conservative radio in Alaska, and just last week heard Dan Fagan describe you as the far right's most important leader. Where you go, your supporters follow, and there are many. I ask that you change direction to preserve our republic, our democracy. At its core, our country is built on free and fair elections, which we have had and continue to have. Please state that Donald Trump lost the election. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Hi, my name is Jackie Ivy Goforth. I'm a published writer. I have so many books out, I can't count them. The reason I first started speaking to you is because of masking. This is my Highland collection, some of it. You masked my 3-year-old granddaughter, and she's still in a mask. And the CDC director, Walensky, just came out 8 weeks ago and said that the only thing that works against COVID is an N95 mask, and I know darn well you saw that because I can see N95 masks. And that means, if you listen to the CNN lady, that the cloth and fabric masks are nothing more than face decorations, and they always were. Now, if you also keep up with what's going on, you would know that Johns Hopkins just came out with a huge study that said that lockdowns did nothing toward mortality. Nothing. 0.2%. Anybody want to argue with that one? But I'll tell you what it's all about, what it's always been about. Psaki actually said it on January 12th. She said, we're trying to keep Americans from exercising their rights. But you know what? I'm going to let this guy tell you. If he speaks.
Regardless of the fact that we are attacking your fundamental rights or limiting your fundamental rights, and the Charter says that's wrong, we're still going to go ahead and do with it. It's basically a loophole that allows a majority to override fundamental rights of a minority.
Let me put that in Anchorage terms for you. I know we have no right to decimate your business, ruin your life, lock you in your house, restrict your breathing, but we're still going to do it because we're the minority. And there's a little thing called the Constitution you have violated. So this majority thing you have, in April, Mr. Perez Verdia, Mr. Dunbar, Mr. Weddleton, Ms. Zalatel, that could easily be 5-6. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Good evening. My name is Rob Couples. I live in Sand Lake. However, I also own multiple rental properties in the downtown district, specifically East 3rd Avenue. And I'm a member of the 3rd Avenue Radicals Community Group. And the reason why I've come here tonight was to speak to you in support of, specifically I believe it's agenda item H14, which is the Title 23 changes. I believe later this evening there's going to be a floor amendment, amendment number 2. It's a change to the requirements, the general provisions for general contractor requirements for building in Anchorage. What it specifically does is empowers residential property owners, such as myself, who do not reside on the property to perform work that is covered under a permit, with the exception of mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. These property owner rights are already granted to commercial property owners. I'm now asking that the Assembly modify this particular section of code to allow residential property owners to have the exact same rights as commercial property owners. And as most all of you should know, I first presented this proposal in November of 2020 based on an experience I had attempting to apply for a permit on a family property that had been in my family for 70 years and built by my family, but I was told, no, I cannot perform work on that property because I did not live in it. Well, for those of you who know me personally, that simply was unacceptable, and it was an answer that I refused to accept. And I continued to push, and as a result, I was granted an exemption, and I was able to complete that project just last month, receiving my certificate of occupancy, and make a significant reinvestment in my battered East 3rd Avenue community. And so I'm asking you to take action tonight to support this code amendment, the couples amendment, as some of you have referred to it as, which I really appreciate that recognition, and empower people like me to do this work and cut out the cost of general contractors, the unnecessary cost, so that we can rebuild our communities and reinvest in our residential spaces, which are in desperate need of some love, a lot of them, especially my area downtown. So that's what I had for you tonight. Thank you very much. I hope you'll do the right thing and support the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you for participating. Hold on, Mr. Couples. Mr. Constant has a question for you.
And just a comment, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Sorry that it took so long, and I'm glad that Ms. Zalatel and I think Mr. Weddleton were able to do this for you, Ms. Kennedy. And I just wanted everyone to know that if you want to blame someone for Proposition 12, it's him.
Thanks for that, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Hi, Irene Queetnow, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I want to make a correction. It was stated that the 2020 election is the only one where people are saying it was stolen. That is untrue. The 2016 election, you can Google it, the Washington Post and all the papers and all the news organizations, the left screamed for 4 years that the 2016 election was stolen. To local business, 2 weeks ago, there were several people who testified in regards to the body-worn cameras for the police. They were very concerned about the delay of them being used. I find their timing very interesting, just like I have found some other timing very interesting. The body cams were approved, as they stated, last year in April, 9 months ago, but nobody showed up at any assembly meeting concerned about it, that they have not been implemented until month 10th comes around, which is February. Where was your concern about transparency and justice the other 9 months? Was it not a concern at that time? And since we're talking about the police, I want to say I was very offended that you did not even give the new police chief 3 minutes to just say something. We had African singers and dancers here for 15 minutes to celebrate the start of Black History Month. And I'm all in favor of that. But you had 15 minutes for them, and you had not even 3 minutes for the new police chief. That's unexcusable. And lastly, I want to talk in regards to respect. The people on this assembly who scream the loudest for respect are the ones that dish out disrespect the most and very liberally. If I were as easily offended as you guys are, I would be in a permanent state of offendedness. And I know that's not a word, but I would be constantly offended by what you guys dish out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. We have time for one more. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Anita Thorne. I live on the Lower Hillside, and I'm represented by Mr. Weddleton and you, Ms. LaFrance. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for the work you do and all the listening you have done and the abuse you have taken. And I appreciate each and every one of you for what you're doing. I haven't gotten COVID. My husband hasn't gotten COVID for your protections, and I'm grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your participation. It is now 6 o'clock, and that concludes initial public or audience participation. There will be final audience participation at the end of the meeting. I want to just go to Ms. Kennedy, who had put herself in the queue to make a comment earlier. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment was just in regard to the fact that I do believe we have scheduled on the books a conversation about fluoride, and I don't have the exact date of when that is coming up, but maybe that's something that the clerk could look up for us, and then the people or the gentleman in the audience that made the comment about looking into fluoride might want to know that and might want to attend and listen to that meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Next, we have the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I will now go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. Mr. Perez-Verdia, I'll start with you. Do you have any items to pull from the consent agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just item 10A2 for reading. Thank you.
Item 10A2. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
10A3 for reading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
10A3. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Item 10A4, please.
10A4. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Item 10A1. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just an item of oversight from earlier when we laid on the table the draft ordinance for reapportionment. The intent was to set for public hearing on February 24th and March the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items to pull. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No additional items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton, any items?
Thanks. I'd like to pull 10 Bravo 1. And then on that late on the table item, I'd like to add a public hearing on March 15th. And so are we done? Because Mr. Constant said the 24th and the 1st, or?
That could be, I believe the public hearing could be just continued to March 15th at the time. But you are wanting to set it on the ordinance for 3 public hearings. Let me just consult with the clerk.
Was it introduced, though? So I don't. It was laid on the table, but wasn't introduced, so.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. While I don't oppose the idea of having a continued public hearing, I would ask us not to add a third public hearing on this item. I think that we can do whatever we want on March the 1st. And so I would prefer that that conversation personally come through the committee and be reviewed and contemplated at that time and place. Because the committee did set out this agenda.
Mr. Weddleton?
I guess in addition to that then, so we laid the item on the table, and were it to be pulled, then we would have to introduce it, right? And if we don't pull it, then it stays, then it's automatically set for public hearing on the dates Mr. Constant said. Okay,
Yes, that's correct.
I don't have a number for it, but I'd like to pull that one.
That is item 10G10.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So I'll go back over the list. Under 10A alpha, 10A1 pulled by Mr. Constant, 10A2 by Mr. Perez-Verdilla, 10A3 by Ms. Quinn Davidson, 10A4 by Ms. Zalatel, 10 Bravo 1 by Mr. Weddleton, and then 10G10 by Mr. Weddleton. Are there any other items? Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the consent agenda minus the pulled items have been approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we will now go and take up the items that were pulled from the consent agenda, starting with item 10A1.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, this item is not to be moved because Mr. Messing Keegan is still in China and will not be here to receive it, and it could use a little update and refreshing, so we're going to let this one die and bring it back as a new item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So without a motion, this item will not move forward tonight, but we will expect to see it back before us in a slightly different version at a later date. Thank you, Mr. Constant. So next we have item 10A2, resolution number AR 2022-48, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Macon Lanier Roberts. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Perez-Verdilla, seconded by Mr. Constant. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading?
I'm reading.
And who is Mr. Perez-Verdilla is presenting?
This is a
And
resolution.
we have folks here who could please come up.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Macon Lanier Roberts. Whereas Macon Roberts was born deep in the Mississippi Delta on December 1st, 1941, a week before Pearl Harbor, and Walter Roberts in a cotton sharecropping family. Whereas Macon always longed to see the world, and he would eventually see Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, and South and Central America. Whereas Macon served in the National Guard and helped during the Watts riots in Los Angeles in 1965. Whereas, after finishing his college degree in psychology at UAA and APU, Macon met his wife, Ellie Fleischer, in Germany while snoozing on a train. Ellie later visited Macon in Anchorage and decided to stay, get married, and later they had a son, Dylan Roberts. Whereas, Macon worked as a counselor for the state of Alaska at McLaughlin Youth Center as a juvenile probation officer. After retirement, Macon was elected to the Anchorage School Board, where he served for 6 years as treasurer and vice president. Whereas Macon always looked to contribute, he loved being useful and being around other people. He was a member of many clubs and organizations, including Alaska Casa, the Bartlett Club, Bridge Builders, Toastmasters, Big Brothers, Big Sisters, the Alaska Humanities Forum Leadership Circle, the Alaska Black Caucus, NAACP Anchorage, Ushering in the Arts, the Alaska World Affairs Council, the Toad Community Advisory Board, and others. Whereas the bookends of Mountain Lanier Roberts' lifetime span more than a time period of great social change in America, but mark an incredible journey from being born in rural Mississippi at a time when he and anyone like him couldn't vote, to growing up during the civil rights struggles of the 1960s, to traveling the world and becoming a leader and elected official in Anchorage, Alaska, and ending in November 2021 surrounded by his family. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to recognize Macon Lanier Roberts and to acknowledge his incredible journey and legacy as a citizen and leader in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of February 2022.
Hello, I'm Dylan Roberts. I'll keep my comments brief because I know you guys got to get to the important business of running the city. Yeah, my father, Macon Roberts. Well, first of all, thank you so much to my friends and family and everybody else here to help celebrate Macon for one last time. Really means a lot to me. I'd like to thank Cameron, and I'd like to thank Barbara Johnson and Heidi, and really I'd like to thank the entire assembly. I feel like in a situation like this, you guys are sort of the avatar of the city itself. And Macon loved Anchorage so much. So to know that Anchorage also loved Macon, it's really moving. Yeah, my father was a great father and a great husband and a great friend to so many. And growing up, he would always tell me how proud of me he was. And I always told him how proud of him I was. You know, growing up in the cotton fields of Mississippi, then later going to college, and then later all the international travel he did, and then becoming an elected official. It was really just an incredible journey. So I told him how proud I was of him all the time, but really, I feel like I didn't tell him enough. So if I can leave you with a final thought on behalf of my dad, I guess really take the time to tell the people in your lives, you know, that you love and appreciate them, because you really can't do it enough. Lastly, I just want to thank the Assembly again, obviously, and really the entire city of Anchorage, because Macon loved it here more than any other place. This was his home. And the entire community here in Anchorage really gave him such a full and rich life. So I know I'm really going to miss my father, Macon Roberts. And now I know the city of Anchorage will also. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022-52, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 16, 2022 as Elizabeth Petrovich Day from Assembly Chair LaFrance, Assembly Vice Chair Constant, Assembly members, and Mayor Brunson. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the resolution is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading, Madam Chair, and from the looks of it, Mr. Dunbar will be presenting.
Great. And if folks could come on down to the podium.
First off, I want to thank Ms. Hotch, who's here today, for helping me with some of the pronunciation in the resolution. I really appreciate it. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating February 16th, 2022 as Elizabeth Petrovich Day. Whereas Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Elizabeth Wanamaker Petrovich was born in Petersburg, Alaska on July 4th, 1911 as a member of the Lukahudi clan in the Raven moiety of the Tlingit Nation with the Tlingit name of Kachgaot, person who packs for themselves. And whereas, after being orphaned, Elizabeth was adopted by Andrew and Jean Wanamaker, graduated from Ketchikan High School, attended Sheldon Jackson College and Western College of Education, and married Roy Peratrovich on December 15, 1931. And whereas, seeking greater opportunities, the Peratrovich family moved to Juneau, where Elizabeth and Roy encountered discrimination against Alaska Natives in their attempts to secure housing and gain access to public facilities, spurring them to become leaders in the battle for Native rights in Alaska. And whereas leveraging their positions as leaders with the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood, Elizabeth and Roy worked to bring attention to the issue of discrimination, lobbying the territorial legislature and Governor Gruening for passing the anti-discrimination legislation, or passage of the anti-discrimination legislation. And whereas Elizabeth's compelling, passionate testimony before the Alaska Territorial Senate was instrumental to the passage of the Anti-Discrimination Act in 1945, which provided for equal access to public accommodations in the territory of Alaska, and which Governor Gruening signed into law on February 16, 1945. And whereas in 1988, the Alaska legislature designated February 16th as Elizabeth Peratrovich Day, and in 2020, the United States Mint issued a $1 coin bearing the image of Elizabeth Peratrovich in honor of her legacy of social justice activism, making her the first Alaska Native to be honored on U.S. currency. And whereas the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Brotherhood will be hosting a virtual Elizabeth Peratrovich Day celebration on February 16th, 6 to 7:30 p.m. on Facebook, and GBH Kids, the Rasmussen Foundation, and Alaska Public Media will be hosting a Molly of Denali Celebrates Elizabeth Peratrovich Day, 5 to 7 p.m. on February 16th at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that February 16, 2022 is Elizabeth Peratrovich Day in the municipality of Anchorage, and encourage the community to celebrate the life and legacy of civil rights and social justice champion Elizabeth Wanamaker Peratrovich, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of February 2022.
Thank you so much. My name is Tasha Hotch. I live in the community of Mountain View. I'm here with my colleague Juliana Smith. We're representing the Alaska Native Sisterhood, the Anchorage chapter. Chapters, I don't know how much you guys know about the Alaska Native Sisterhood, but the Brotherhood started over 100 years ago. The Sisterhood followed suit shortly after that. They were numbered numerically, and then they started going by the year they were founded. So we're Camp 87, so we were founded in 1987. Here in Anchorage, there are camps all across Alaska, Washington, and California. And so I just think it's great. I have really enjoyed being here and listening to the public testimony. I think that that's really a big piece of what the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Brotherhood do, is look at how we can respectfully interact with our government and appreciate the experiences that people bring to their testimony when they come up here to the podium and have conversations with people. And I just really appreciate that. I love Anchorage. I love calling this my home. I would invite all of you to sign on to the Facebook Live tomorrow to participate in our virtual event. Usually you would see an in-person event here in Anchorage, but with some communities still not opened up to large public gatherings, the Sisterhood and the Brotherhood groups collaborated to put on one large event. So the community of Anchorage itself, as you can see, is doing an in-person event, but for all others, please, if you can, take the time to sign in, see what's going on, what we think are like the items that are of importance for us today. And thank you so much for this recognition. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you. Next, we have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2022-53, A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 2022 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading, Madam Chair. I believe Ms. Zalatel will be presenting.
And I understand we have folks here.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing February 2022 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. Whereas teen dating violence is a serious issue that can affect a young person's safety, development, and a sense of comfort, and can take many forms including physical, sexual, emotional, or spiritual. And whereas, according to the 2017 Alaska Youth Risk Behavior Survey, 1 in 10 Alaska students had experienced sexual violence during the year. And whereas 8.8% of Anchorage students surveyed had been physically hurt by someone they dated within the past year, and 6.4% were physically forced to perform sexual acts by someone they dated. And whereas Brianna Bree Moore was tragically murdered by her boyfriend in Alaska in 2014 as a result of dating violence, after which her parents worked with the Alaska legislature to pass the Alaska Safe Children's Act, known as Bree's Law. And whereas teens and all persons deserve happy, healthy relationships where conflict is managed without threats, and where there is honesty, trust, mutual respect, open communication, and a mutual balance of power dynamic. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves that February 2022 is designated as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in the municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 15th day of February 2022.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Mayor Bronson, Anchorage Assembly and staff, thank you so much. This is probably a very appropriate evening for us to be here. Some of you have heard the story, but when I walked into Bree's dental office and her coworkers hugged me and cried and said, "We wish we would have done something." I said, "What do you mean?" They said, "Well, we knew that she had been being beaten by her boyfriend. And this was 3 months after he murdered her." Cindy started doing research, found out Alaska were #1 in the nation in men intentionally killing women, sexual assault, domestic violence. You guys know, the list goes on. So she looked for and researched, wasn't there any education? Because like I said to Bree's coworkers, well, if she was choking, wouldn't you give her the Heimlich maneuver? Wouldn't you know to do that? Of course, they all knew. CPR is dentist office, but they didn't know what to do in this case. So she found a young woman who had been murdered by her boyfriend, Lindsay Ann Burke, in Rhode Island, and she called Ann Burke. And that was the only teen dating violence prevention education in the United States at that time that she could find. And she said, "Well, how did it work?" And Ann Burke said, "Well, 2 years after my daughter was murdered and we started this, we've cut dating violence in half in our state." And Cindy said, "Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you take this nationwide? Our daughter might be alive today." Why? And she explained to Cindy, it's like having the flu and having to run a marathon. You have no idea what you're up against. So we passed the first bill, Bree's Law, in 2015, which required dating violence prevention, grades 7 through 12. And in 2018, it took us 2 years, and we passed the second Bree's Law, which developed the education specifically for Alaska that was finally implemented at the start of this last school year. And just like Rhode Island, 2 years after we started in 2015, the Alaska Youth Risk Behavioral Survey showed teen dating violence in Alaska dropped in half, nearly in half. So it's working, and the teachers love it. It's a great product. 5.5 years ago, Lisa Murkowski and Dan Sullivan put a bill forward on a national level, Bree's Law, to combat dating violence and provide education. Don Young also put a bill forward. They didn't go. This last summer, Lisa Murkowski and Dan Sullivan put another bill forward. Don Young put one forward in December. They were added to the Violence Against Women's Act that was put forward on Wednesday. It includes Breeze Law and funding for national education and what we actually asked for, which was to make it free of charge across our country to all school districts and anyone who wanted it, any community organization. And they put $8 million a year, each year for 5 years to fund this project. And this all started right here where Bree was born and where she lived. And so we're happy to announce that. We've been working with the municipality, some of you know already, on a communication device, a plaza, that just what Bree would want is not just dating violence and domestic violence prevention, but help for everyone, for homelessness, hunger, opioid abuse, suicide prevention. And we'll be bringing some of that forward, and the public will be involved. And I think this is a great thing. Our state legislature was involved, and they had a chance to pass some laws and do some things and save some people's lives. On a national level, the whole country will be involved. And I think this is great. The municipality of Anchorage now will have our shot. We can do something here that'll be great for the whole country.
And I just wanted to thank the mayor and everyone on the Anchorage Assembly for this resolution and how much it means and how far we've come to really combat this issue. And I think that most people don't realize that interpersonal violence is the highest among girls and young women the age of 16 to 24 years old. These are our sisters. These are our daughters. These are our granddaughters. Yet we don't pay enough attention to this. And normally the victims, they stay silent. And that's why this education is so important and why we need to start having these conversations with our young ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I just want to comment. Thanks for coming. You know, I know you met, I think, several of us about the time I got on the assembly 6 years ago, and you'd been working it for some time at that point. And now when I go to high schools, I see the signs, Breeze Law signs on the wall. It's like, wow, good for you. And then hearing about your success at the national level is really spectacular. And I'm glad you've run. It's not a marathon. You're doing several ultra marathons, but it really is tremendous. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I see someone in the queue, Assembly Guest 1.
Hi.
Ms. Johnson.
Alexis Johnson, through the chair. I just wanted to say, hi guys, that I had the opportunity to know Bree, and she was such a light. I'm talking sunshine in a human. So I want to commend you for the hard work that you're putting in and to ensure that this doesn't happen anywhere else. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for recognizing that she was a sunshine.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And thank you for being here tonight and for your tremendous advocacy and the good that you're doing in our community and in the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have before us item 10B1. Resolution number AR 2022-42, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its waive of protest to the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license for cultivation facility, Alaska Marijuana Garden AMG number 12125, manufacturing facility AMG concentrates number 12471, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
You know, I did, and I pulled it, and I guess I'm glad I did, but I'm not quite sure what to do with it now. I mean, I suppose we approve it, but we did get some lengthy emails that from one of the partners related to this business that there's some serious turmoil, and there were, the cultivation operation wasn't being run well, and I'm just not sure, so we can just kind of go through this, or wrote things, send it to AMCO, and they deal with it, or is this something that we deal with? And I guess I'm looking at Miss Honest too. Collaborate, did I get the right one? And is there anything we do? Do we just write a note and say, oh, by the way, we're notified that there are partnership issues, or do we just butt out?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, the staff did a full review of the applications that were submitted for the renewal of the 2 licenses as well as the 2 transfers that were submitted. There was no issues that came from the reviewing departments for the inspections or any other review of the documentation that was submitted with the license applications. There was no protest from any of the departments, so both or all 4 of the items are set for waive of protest. My understanding is the documentation that was submitted is a private legal matter, and that does not affect the license application process. This is something that the state of Alaska is also involved in, and it appears that it's more of an entity issue and not a license issue.
Mr. Weddleton?
For most of it, it did seem like that. But there were comments that the cultivation plants were dying, they weren't taken care of, and records weren't being kept well in metric. And then it gets more important. Now, we don't track metric ourselves, but so I guess we punt it to AMCO, but this is where, we've had well-run marijuana operations in the city. They've done a good job. They've not been a problem, but this is where things can start stumbling when a business starts having trouble. And so it does concern me. So anyway, I guess those are just comments on it. I to acknowledge the person who wrote us. Thank you for letting us know. But with code enforcement, hopefully we'll watch this, and presumably the emails we got were also sent to AMCO, I guess, and that they'll watch them. Thanks. So I recommend approval. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'm not sure. I don't have any objection to this license, but I think the practical measure would be we have the license before us. This is not just the state. We have a marijuana license that we grant. And so if there are substantive questions, it's not out of line to pull the item, postpone it, and schedule it for another day. But I believe this is a personal legal matter, but we could have folks in for a conversation at any time on these licenses. And so I just want us to keep in mind that we have the dual license so that we have the authority to ensure compliance, and we don't have to look to the state to do that. So I don't think we need to do that with this license. The legal matters will be sorted, but I just want to make sure the members continue to recognize we have the authority.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve resolution number AR 2022-42.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 10B1 passes 11-0. We now have item 10G10, an ordinance for introduction, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly providing for reapportionment of the Assembly election districts, including the original AO, an S version, an S1 version, and an S2 version. This item was directed to be set for public hearing on February 24 and March 1st. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
Yeah, I'd move to introduce with public hearings on the February 24, March 1, and March 15.
Object.
Second.
Third.
I heard a motion for introduction from Mr. Weddleton, a second from Ms. Allard, an objection from Mr. Constant, and a third from somebody.
The third was from the mayor.
And the third was from Mayor Bronson. One moment. So this is our final item that was pulled from the consent agenda, and we need to consult with Assembly Council on the objection by Mr. Constant. So we'll go ahead and take our 20-minute regularly scheduled dinner break, and then when we come back, we'll take up this item.
You can, but we're never back in 20 minutes.
Started here in another minute or so. Ms. Kennedy, Crystal, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great, just doing a sound check. Okay, if members would please take their seats, we will go ahead and resume with the meeting. We left off with the final item on the consent agenda, 10G10, which had been moved for introduction with a second, and then an objection, and then a third. So I will go to Mr. Gates, who will advise us on procedure. Mr. Gates?
Whoops. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hold on just a moment, please. I'm having a little computer issue. But I do believe that to introduce an ordinance instead of public hearing, it does require a member to introduce in a second and third. But beyond that, I believe it's a majority vote requirement. And that's what we have here is a motion to set not just the first public hearing date, but a third public hearing date. And so that's beyond what the charter requires for an ordinance. And because of that, I believe that takes a majority vote if you want to set more than one public hearing for an ordinance. And with the exception of, I guess, budget ordinances, which charter says require 2 public hearings. And this is based on Charter Section 1001B. And I had researched why it requires 3 members to introduce and set a public hearing in the past. And they talked about this, letting a good idea go forward with the minority support of 3 members was desired, rather than having the majority I guess, disallow introduction of an ordinance, by a majority vote. So that's why it's 3. But beyond the charter requirement to introduce and set a public hearing with 3, I believe you need a majority vote for additional public hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I will attempt to restate, and then if you would confirm if I've got it correct. So Mr. Weddleton moved to introduce. Ms. Allard was the second, and Mayor Bronson was the third. And what that does is effectively set the public hearing for the ordinance and the accompanying versions of that ordinance for the special meeting on Thursday, February 24. And any additional public hearings set for that ordinance that would be set tonight would require a majority vote to set those additional public hearings. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, with I guess a caveat that if the chair just rules to set public hearings and there's no objection, then it goes. But we have an objection, so we have a majority vote to set more than that first public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. So, okay, so what motion is made then? How does this work? So it's introduced with 1 public hearing date, and so the motion would be?
It would be a motion to set additional public hearings.
Okay, like would happen right now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to move for, what did we call this? 10G4, to set...
10G10?
10G10, oh. 10, of course. Thank you. Move for 10G10 to set additional public hearings on, well, actually, maybe I won't do that. set public hearing on March 15th, an additional public hearing March 15th. So that would make it the 24th and March 15th. Is that correct, right? Okay.
Yes, and I'm advised that you need to do it as you've done it by doing one motion for each public hearing. So.
Okay, so we'll just make that one then, March 15th.
March 15th.
Correct.
Okay, so a motion has been made.
Second.
By Mr. Weddleton to set an additional public hearing for item 10G10 to the meeting of March 15th. It has been seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I do support the second public hearing, which would be the 1st of March, and I may support a third public hearing, but I believe that the committee set out a timeline and has done a number of efforts to keep a process going forward. And I think that if a third public hearing is necessary, it might not be March 15th or 14th. It might need to be April 12th. And there are a number of ways that we need to look at this question, and I don't think it's fair that we just shoot from the hip on this after we've done so much public process. And so I do urge a no vote on this. And then, again, not because I disagree with the idea that we might need a third public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a question, I guess. I'm not quite understanding. So we've set it for the 24th. Mr. Weddleton's making a motion for an additional hearing on the 15th. Is it also set for the 1st already, or does that going to need a separate motion?
Setting a public hearing for March 1st would require an additional motion, separate from the motion that Mr. Weddleton has put forward.
Okay. I'm going to oppose Mr. Weddleton's motion because I think it should be March 1st, the second public hearing. I don't recall a time on this body when we've explicitly set 3 public hearings. I think 2 is the most we've ever set in a budget ordinance where it was required. I think it's much more typical that we set 1, sometimes 2, and then if we need more, we can continue them. But I think it's unusual to set 3, and I don't see the benefit of setting it all the way out to the 15th. I think it should be the 1st. So I'll oppose this particular motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll support this simply because one of the things that is not usual is having a reapportionment committee and going through the process of reapportionment. And I think one of the things that, as much as we appreciate process, we have to be flexible enough to recognize when it's not quite panning out the way we had hoped. And one of the things that I've been concerned about is we actually approved one of the maps yesterday to come forward. So the public hasn't really even had a chance to weigh in on this particular map. So if we're going to try to squeeze everything into the next 2 weeks for this, we haven't really given the public adequate opportunity to weigh in on these different maps. And right now, we're starting to get a lot of pushback. I just got an email today, I suspect everybody did, from Hillside Community Council saying, and then in talking with the president, Ms. Warfield, she thinks we need at least another 30 days. So one of the things that this would do if we move this public hearing time out to March the 15th is we assure the public that we're not going to hurry up over the next 2 weeks and do all this, but we are going to give those community councils the opportunity to look at this as a group, as a body, and come up with their recommendations. So there is an advantage for us going ahead and setting that public hearing date to March the 15th, because basically our constituents are asking for that. It's nice to say, well, we could have a third one if we needed it, but I don't think that's what the public is asking. They are actually saying, hey, they're telling us right now we need this extra time. So by setting the second date on March the 15th, actually ensures and basically reassures the public that we're listening and we're willing to wait and listen to what they would like to say. So I would support this and hope that other members will too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't be supporting this motion. We discussed it in committee, as Mr. Constant mentioned, which has over the half the body in that committee. And, you know, we've been working for months on this schedule. We've had multiple town halls. We've been talking about it. We've issued multiple press releases. Many of the maps have been available for quite a while. So I just don't see the need at this point. I think we could see if there are more folks that we're hearing from and they're not able to do this over the next couple of weeks. But right now, I think it would be premature. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the way this is being framed is a little bit is that if we don't set this public hearing now, we won't have the opportunity to potentially continue the public hearing later, and that's always an option. And so if we're hearing at any of the public hearings that we need to continue the public hearing, that always remains an option for this body and something we can evaluate in the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I think my colleagues have said most of what I wanted to say. We have heard from some community councils. For instance, Sand Lake is meeting tonight, and who have not had a chance to really weigh in. And so I think there's a concern that there's enough time for the community to really weigh in on this. And I would just sort of communicate that I believe there will be time, and that if there is a need to extend the time, then as Ms. Zalatel said, we can do that. But I do think that consistency in our communication is really important. We've already sent the information out, done multiple presentations, and sent the timeline out and been very clear about when these are going to be. So I'd rather we stick to the schedule that we've been using, and then if we determine that we need more time, then we do that. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to agree a lot with some of the arguments and sentiments made by Mr. Perez-Verdia and Ms. Zalatel. And, you know, if you just look at the timeline that we have, at least what was proposed, February 24th for the first public hearing, February 25th for the committee to do some additional work, and possibly have some changes to have before the March 1st public hearing. You know, it's an iterative process, and I think delaying that process to March 15th, I think just does a disservice. So perhaps March 15th is the next iteration, but we haven't gone that far in the timeline yet. And if we need to, we will make that the third and hopefully final iteration of a public hearing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the...
Madam Chair, I don't think I've spoken on it at all.
I did not see you in the queue
Sorry,
until
I was
just
in
now.
there.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry, I somehow got bumped out, so sorry. I appreciate, I think, everyone's comments support having a public hearing on March 15th, though you seem to think otherwise. It is true, we have done a lot of public process, and I think exceptional amount, and that we can run into people who don't know this is going on boggles my mind. That we can have community council members say, I didn't know, absolutely floors me, because we are so involved with it. It's so obvious to us, and it has been since the ballot measure for 12 assembly members was passed. It's so crystal clear, but they aren't aware, and they want time, and our good, very good public process has led to people telling us we need more time. We have this very slow process for looking at ordinances. And I tell you, community councils, if you have that wait 30 days, you are putting yourself into irrelevance, as you hear from this discussion now. If you choose to do that, be aware. But we should recognize that anyway. We have time here. And our public process has shown us that these community councils and others want more time. We have time. March 15th would work for the community councils that have that very slow process. Mr. Dunbar says we've never done 3 public hearings. I agree. We have now one scheduled with the introduction and a second one for March 15th, presumably. Ms. Zalatel said if we see a need, we can make the change. Well, we've seen the need. We did this public process. The feedback we've gotten is, whoa, Nellie, give me more time. And that would be March 15th. Mr. Rivera, it's an iterative process. Yes, it is. We need to be iterative now. We are hearing from people March 15th. And this is, you know, it's somewhat a delay, but we have time, and we should be respectful to the community councils. You know, if they want more time to talk on it, then I guess that's what we do. And so I hope you will support this. And we'll have 2 public hearings, and we will be iterative and change what the committee planned. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I will go back through the queue. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This reminds me a lot of the conversations we have in the AMATS Policy Committee about community councils wanting more time. And 30 days is all they get for the public comment period. And every time I raise trying to get more time, I'm told, well, the process is set out, it's clear, and they need to be engaged from go. And it is one where there's a lot of public notice given. So I don't think that this is really that dissimilar, where community councils, if you aren't meeting or as you need to, you can call special meetings. These are the things I'm hearing in other areas of our work. So I think to be consistent, I think we stick with the schedule that's been laid out. I know Mr. Rivera has went over the schedule in every community council meeting we've had and set the expectation. So I'm not going to support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I feel like this is one of those times where we're talking about one thing, but we're talking about another thing. And so I'm responding to what I feel like is a characterization that we're not giving enough time for community councils or the public to participate. And that fundamentally is not true. The reality is that we have the ability to extend this far beyond what the schedule is now. And that may likely happen. So I don't think it's about not creating enough time. It's about we set a schedule, let's go through that, and if we determine we need more time, let's do that. And so I think there's two different conversations going on. I just want to make sure that it's clear for me that if any of the community councils that I work with want more time, I will be the first person to stand up and say we need more time, and do that after the meeting or during the meeting on March 1st. So I want to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we first came out with the 10 maps to present, it was in the later half of January, which meant that community councils that meet in the first part of January didn't get to evaluate those maps. Then what happened is we came out with 3, now 4 maps, and the community councils that meet on the later half aren't going to be able to see the 3 and 4 maps. So we're sandwiching in between of their meeting dates. I do understand that community councils can call, rally the forces, and be able to meet. But we also have to respect the fact we have community councils for a reason. So I hope we can come together. If there's no rush, why not just do it for the 15th of March, call it a day, and respect that we have community councils that want to give their opinions and voice them. I know for a fact that when we were discussing things with our Eagle River community councils, they were discussing the 10 maps. Crystal had to jump in and said, oh, we already voted. So those 10 maps don't count anymore. We're down to 3. And they were bewildered because they didn't even get the opportunity to look at those 10 maps. So I hope we can respect the process and hear from our community councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, notwithstanding you have, the Assembly has built a schedule for this, community councils are asking for time, and I think they get to determine if there's been enough time or not. And the maps, I don't care much about the maps, but the issue is the people, our customers, are asking for more time. And I just want that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to make sure that everybody really does understand what the process is and what the committee has been going through. The committee itself has certainly been meeting for months, but part of that was just in an effort to formulate the resolution that was going to declare us malapportioned. Part of that time we were looking at the census data and deciding that we had to be considered malapportioned, and then part of that was determining who was going to be the company that would do the map making and run the data for us. So the months we've been working on this has not actually been what the community has been involved in until they got to see the maps. So this all comes down to the maps, when the maps were made available, when the maps were tweaked, because we had 2 or 3 of those maps that had new second versions to them. And so the people have been, having a hard time just kind of keeping up with exactly what the committee has been doing, and they haven't had the opportunity to have the conversations amongst themselves about really where we're at today. Like I said, yesterday we decided on one of those maps, and I don't even know that the public actually has seen that particular map. So again, we've had people asking us if we would please just slow down enough, give that couple of extra weeks so that those community councils that were not meeting before we had actually presented all the maps would have an opportunity to meet again and discuss those. And yes, they can look at them now so they can start looking that over, and then when they meet, they can mull it over amongst themselves and come up with recommendations. So I know of at least 4 community councils now that have asked for more time. So I don't see that it hurts anybody, especially the assembly members, to add that additional 2 weeks. So I'm kind of shocked by the fact that everybody is so willing to just say, it doesn't matter what our community councils say right now. We're just going to go ahead and stick to our rigid timeline and make sure that we, check off all the boxes on our timeline, and just basically forget that the community councils are the ones who are asking for this. So I would hope that everybody would just stop for a minute and think about what this does in terms of providing for better public process. And extending it to March the 15th does give some of those community councils an opportunity to meet, and it does give other community councils the ability to maybe call a special meeting if that's what they would choose to do. But again, this is coming at their request. So I would hope that we could at least assure them that we are listening and taking into account the situation that they're in right now, because it's no skin off our nose, so to speak, to go an extra 2 weeks. So I would hope that everybody would just stop a minute, reconsider, and allow this to be approved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'm hoping we can get to a vote here pretty soon. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to state that there are community councils that are happening tonight, like Mr. Cameron Perez-Verdia said. They don't have an assembly person present. Also, Ocean View did not have their assembly, not trying to call you out, their assembly members present last month when they were trying to ask questions in regard to reapportionment. We are adding a 12th member to this body. This happens once, this has never happened, and reapportionment happens once in a decade. This is such a significant event. I'm not really I believe, and I know why there's a delay, but I don't think anybody on this body can actually sit here and say legitimately, why can't we just delay it for 2 weeks and have that 15th of March date? Like, literally sit here and say, because we have to have it done by 31 May. That's it. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to delay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
God, I hear so many amazing things. Community councils do not set the Assembly's agenda. I am a community council former president. I spend a lot of time. I work closely with my community councils. Never has a community council been told, and nor should they assume, they set our agenda. That's not how it works. It's been framed that we should listen to what our community councils say. But I have spent the last 2 months plus, really since before November, talking about this process. And for the last month and a half, I have told them these are the dates of the public hearings. So it's actually a matter of honoring what I said to my community councils, that I can't support this motion. It's actually honoring the words that I put in front of them, that I said this is when and where we're meeting for this topic. And I'm going to reiterate for a third time now, nothing stops us from extending the hearing or for continuing or setting another public hearing. The body has the power to do that. So all of this is just an interesting conversation that is talking in circles. And the public will be heard in this process, and Mr. Weddleton probably 3 times, but we've had a calendar published for months, and I ask the members to honor it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to set a second public hearing on March 15th for item 10G10.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The motion fails 5-6. With that, I will direct the clerk to set a second public hearing on March 1st for item 10G10. That concludes the consent agenda. We will now move on to unfinished business and unfinished action on public hearing items. Item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM68-2022, Planning and Zoning Commission appointment, Brandy Eber. This item was postponed from the meeting of February 1, 2022 to permit a 10-day public comment period. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Ms. Dembowski?
Madam Chair, was the A version moved?
Ms. Allard, is it your intent to move the A version?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And the second concurs?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. So the A version has been moved. Was there anything more, Ms. Dembowski?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 68-2022A.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 11A passes 11-0. Next, we have new public hearings. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2022-26, an ordinance authorizing and providing for the issuance of not to exceed $170 million in aggregate principal amount of tax anticipation notes, fixing certain details of said notes, providing for the form and manner of sale of said notes.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks, Mr. Frisk. So, I know this is an annual thing that we do, so I'm fine. But my memory's bad. Is this essentially the same dollar amount, roughly, that we do every year?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Assemblymember Weddleton. The number is usually around 100 to 110 million. This year we're at 170, so it is a little bit higher specifically, and we are in that position due to a deficiency in cash to start the 2022 year, as well as some additional payments that are required for Anchorage School District, so we have to go to a little bit higher amount.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry to get you off. I should have asked that previously, but appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Frisk. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-26.
Miss Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14A passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 14B, resolution number AR 2022-33, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating when tendered $545,802.44 as a transfer of responsibilities agreement from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities and appropriating $56,889 as a contribution for the area-wide general fund, all to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Traffic Counts 21 through 22 program.
Reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? At all?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, do you have a point of order or a point of information?
Point of information. It looks like on here it says request of the acting mayor, and I think we might need to amend that before we go any further.
I'm not seeing that in the subject, but perhaps you could hold until we close the public hearing and there's a motion on the floor. Thanks. Public testimony is still open. Seeing and hearing no one. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
I'm looking up here on the computer and it says request of the acting mayor, and it's under AR 22-33-1. So it's the first document.
Okay, so you can direct us to do that, if Ms. Allard can.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. And my understanding is that it's in the submitted by line. And it's also my understanding that we can go ahead and direct the clerk to make that change. Thank you, Ms. Allard. So Ms. Jones, if you would. Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-33.
Miss Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14B passes 11-0. Next, we have item 14C, ordinance number AO 2022-21, an ordinance authorizing disposal of real property legally described as lots 8Q through 12Q Woodland Park Edition, Plat P-61A, PID 010-033-41, lots 1Q through 7Q Woodland Park Edition, Plat P-61A, PID 010-033-06, through 010-033-12, Lot 6P Woodland Park Edition, Plat P-61B, PID 010-033-13.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And we do have two people on the phone list. Welcome. And are you here representing a community council? I'm sorry? Not. Okay. Well, welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of the municipality in which you live, or your community council.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Assembly, Mayor, and Administration. My name is Kathy Gleason. I am not President of Turnagain Community Council this year. I'm Vice President, and I'm expecting our President, Anna Brawley, to call in her testimony on this item as well. So there's a lot to talk about, and please feel free to ask questions after my 3 minutes are up, because there's a lot going on with this proposal. Probably I'll start out with line 30 on AO 2022-21, the ordinance right there, where it says, whereas the parcels are surplus to municipal needs. I'm not sure how they came to that conclusion, whoever wrote this ordinance, but certainly the Turnagain community doesn't view the parcels, which are located in Turnagain, south of West Northern Lights, east of Turnagain Street, and you've got the Appendix A in the handout that I had passed out. This has a lot of history to it. And for those of you who may not be aware, West Northern Lights was a 2-lane road in this area until the mid-1980s. And that was when a huge road project took place that got rid of the at-grade separation, at-grade crossing between the municipality road and the Alaska Railroad. And so they made that underpass, overpass, widened it, had to take out full lots, had to purchase private lots, all of those parcels on the south side of Northern Lights in order for that project to happen. They used the area as a stainage area during construction. After the project was done, they assured the community council that that would become open space, permanent open space. They viewed it as parkland for our community. And that would provide a buffer between the rest of the existing residents to the south, the housing to the south, and that road. And so the municipality put in a parking lot so that the public could park there and access that parkland. And they put up signage that said municipal parkland. And that signage had been there for decades. And the community of Turnagain and its residents used that area for decades as posted as parkland. And that does not reflect anything within these ordinances and memorandums. So I think that needs to be made very, very clear. Secondly, that landscaping, that kind of curved landscaping, that was done very purposely by the landscaper because they told us at a community council meeting their budget doesn't allow them for a lot of tree planting in that public area, those lots south of Northern Lights. So that gives you an under indication that the intent was for this to remain parkland use for the community. And I'd have a lot more to say, but thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Perez-Verdia has a question.
Yes, and I'm guessing we're going to have you come back up during debate and answer questions, but I just want to make sure if there was any final point that you want to make in this portion, and then I'm assuming when we debate, we may have you come up and answer more questions.
Okay.
But
there probably is. Okay. We want to make sure that the community council and any private development proposal, we don't make the same mistakes twice. The Rustic Goat and the apartments in that lot across the street to the west, we learned a lot from that. It became too successful. The parking was inadequate. The traffic was atrocious. It impacted the neighbors. Anything developed to the east of Turnagain Street, housing, mixed use, retail, eatery, whatever may be proposed, I can tell you that the intersection of Northern Lights and Turnagain Street, even if it's upgraded, and I can talk more about that if you'd like, would not handle a lot more traffic. It's dangerous now, even with a modified update. There's only one sidewalk in the design right now. It's not a good idea, and the best and highest value use of this land is for it to remain in municipal ownership and to remain as open space in the Turnagain area. And in the handouts that I provided, it shows you that there is an indication in that general area on the land use map that shows it as other open space. And that is not addressed in the ordinance as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Mr. Perez Verdia. I've got two more members in the queue, or actually one. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, thank you, Ms. Gleason. I'm looking at what you provided us, and you said that the municipality had made some kind of commitment to keep this as essentially parkland.
Yes.
Is that recorded somewhere? Is there a contract? Is there an ordinance? Is there a resolution? I mean, obviously this isn't my district, so I don't have the same depth of knowledge that you do, but there's no rezone proposal in here, I don't believe. It's just disposal. So it was zoned residential, but you're saying that there was a commitment made and there was actually signage posted, and that I find a little bit surprising.
That is correct. And unfortunately, I think, again, due diligence is what's really needed on this proposal before you even remotely consider this ordinance, because that does need to be investigated. But it certainly was verbal, I can tell you that. My husband Dan and I have been longtime community council members. We moved here in June of 1982 and started attending council meetings and became active members in September of that same year. And we were active during that whole time where the West Northern Lights project was being developed and implemented and the signage put up. We remember that very clearly. Whether anything was put in writing, I couldn't say.
Can you give me a sense of the time frame? What year was that project? What year was that commitment made?
It was a multi-year project. It was a massive project. And they had to do a lot of property purchases, so that took a while, et cetera, to remove all the housing, they bought out a gas station. I mean, it was a big deal. It was a gas station where the Rustic Goat is now. And so it was a multi-year project. Again, I didn't have time because I just found out about this on Sunday. And I had other things going on Sunday. And so I haven't had really any time to personally investigate what the time frame of that construction project was. It was mid-'80s, but I can't be more specific than that.
I just wanted a sense it was 80s, 90s, 2000s.
It was in the 80s.
You say it was in the 80s.
Mid-'80s,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Ms. Gleason.
Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Christian Harrison, for the record. I live in North Mountain View right now, but my grandfather bought a lot on 34th and Turnagain in 1959, and my father held that lot until about 2002. I grew up in that area at various times in my life, and I rode my bike all over there. I used to walk up Turnagain the first semester of 1997 when I attended high school at West High. Out of all the parkland in the area, that open space, I think I agree with my respected elder that testified before me. I recall some of what she was saying and feeling, and in order for that to be, I think it would have had to have been in the 90s that perhaps that road construction and expansion went on. There are some longtime residents that I know used to be contractors doing road jobs that still live in the area that could probably give that information a little better. One of them used to be a traffic striper, put down the paint lines. I find that particular piece of property is great for gatherings in full view of the community, as opposed to some of the other places that are on hillsides, which for young people I imagine they're fun to play at, but they also present particular potential safety concerns. That area is wide open, and in the time that I had been homeless, and moving through. At a certain point in time, open spaces like that are also a safety space when you may not feel so safe in other areas where you might go to close your eyes. Now, I understand we don't just want people going around closing their eyes everywhere and just be laying around, but safe spaces to do so are especially important, and safe spaces to have time with your family is also important, especially encouraging. Now, one of my children lives not far from there, and my grandchild as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, resident of Turnagain, assembly candidate for District 3, seat D as in David. With regards to the disposal of any municipal lands, I ask that the administration discontinue the cover-up of the shortfalls in cash flow with the whirlwind of movement of money, and that until the election in April and the results are adjudicated, we cease all land sales and all rezoning. We already have a reapportionment before the assembly body that's very important. When it comes to the disposal of municipal property, each stakeholder in the city has an equal share. So if you're going to sell off these properties, every individual constituent has to have an equal stake and ability to be able to purchase this. I would say that a format of a lottery would be reasonable, where every shareholder of the municipality would be able to have a raffle number. You put them in a hat and let Chair LaFrance select out the winners. If they can come up with the down payment, the property's theirs. The American dream. All out of Woodlands. I would specifically like to ask this body and caution them against the wildlife, the unique ecosystems that are here in Anchorage, that beautiful water supply that we have, that unfluoridated natural glacial water that we have all around this municipality. No rezoning, no sale of municipal property until after the election. So I would like to ask that this body table this until at least May 1 of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to the phone list. Ms. Honest? Oh, okay, we can continue in person. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Hi, my name is Daniel Gleason. I live in the Turnagain area. Long-term, my wife said we became Turnagain Community Council members in September of 1982, and have been in this area for that long. We're major involved with the Northern Lights upgrades, and I was, right around that time, I was the president of Turnagain Community Council, and we were involved with the municipality taking the land and taking out the homes that were in that area, because we needed that area for the construction of the road and the railroad crossing at that point. And we were told that yes, that would be open space, It also has issues that the ground, well, I'm going off memory, but the ground in this area, because it was disturbed, would have issues if they rebuilt on it. And also you got the railroad right there, which also causes issues whenever the railroad goes by. And you can talk to the people at the subdivision to the east of the railroad right there, what they go through. You also have no infrastructure in that area. Turnagain Street has been on Turnagain Community Council's capital improvements list for the last 2 decades. And it is small location. I would really be concerned about sewer and water in this area, because I know that some of the people in this area have problems to the south in that area, because this is one of the older parts of Spinardigan, if you will, so that it needs a lot of upgrades before you can to handle the extra housing. Now, if all that infrastructure is improved, now that would be there would be a possibility that this land could be disposed. I'd say we need parks in this land and open space, and this area does not have a lot of parks in this general area. To the south they do, Fish Creek Park, and also the Fish Creek Trail goes along this area right beside it, and we also want to improve that to go north to the coastal trail. So some of those areas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we will go to the phone list now. Ms. Honest, would you call Ms. Holmes, please?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 14C, AO 2022-21, on ordinance authorizing disposal of real property, Woodland Park. If you go ahead and if you state your name for the record and your community council, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'm Diane Holmes, and I'm not testifying for my home community council. It's just the fact that on Sunday I did something that I don't usually do. I read the assembly agenda, and I found this particular item and then contacted some of the Turnagain Council people. And I feel like the request to sell this municipal land, which I'm terming, I term it as east of the Rustic Goat, is problematic and probably should be postponed for several reasons. There doesn't appear to have been any public process for this AO, and the Turnagain Council knew nothing of it until Sunday when I talked to a few of them. Now, I do hope that you will recognize that this happened in your council. You would probably request a delay. And so I am asking you to do this in this case, because the public needs to weigh in. Also, I'm concerned because the words fair market value don't appear in the AO. All the other items on your agenda dealing with HLB lands, item 14D through F, include these words. Now, while the AM mentions fair market value, I don't think it's as legally binding as having the phrase in the AO itself. Now, if these Woodland Park parcels are sold, I think it should be by competitive bid, and that should also be stated in the AO. I know that real estate services may have looser requirements for their land disposal than HLB does, but I don't think that's an excuse to let our public lands be given away for perhaps less than they are worth or without a public process. You probably know that these parcels have been used as a de facto park by residents ever since the buildings that were removed for that road construction along Northern Lights a few years ago. And I'm really suspect that the statement in the AO that this land is surplus is accurate. I don't believe that. Now, the north side of these parcels are very steep and have been nicely landscaped when Northern Lights was reconstructed. So if this is sold, I do hope that somewhere in the process it can be stated that the landscaping should not be disturbed. Now, I'm not sure what this means, but the rustic goat leases from the city part of one of the parcels for overflow parking.
Ms. Holmes?
And what does this mean?
3 minutes, actually.
Okay, that's fine. You get the idea. Please do delay this until public process can occur. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Ms. Honest, if you would call Ms. Brawley, please.
Hi, this is Anna.
Hi, Ms. Brawley.
Yes, hello.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 14C, AO 2022-21. Will you be speaking, Will you be speaking as a representative of the Community Council?
Yes, I'll be speaking on behalf of Turnagain.
Great. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, you will have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. For the record, my name is Anna Brawley, President of Turnagain Community Council, and I will be providing this testimony in writing after I speak. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to this proposed land disposal. Turnagain Community Council requests the vote on this item be delayed to provide opportunity for the administration to share more information about what's proposed and answer residents' questions. This project or proposed land disposal puts me in a difficult position. As a city planner and resident in this city, I understand and support the need to build more housing in Anchorage, and I believe my neighbors in Turnagain understand that too. I appreciate the work of the municipality by multiple administrations working toward this goal. I understand the intended goal for this land disposal is to make more land available for housing, and that's a good goal. However, I also support the public process. And as president of Turnagain Community Council, I have the responsibility to reflect diverse views in my neighborhood and raise concerns about lack of process and notification about what's proposed for this land, and particularly because of its location and prior projects in this area. Community councils serve many functions, including facilitating discussion about local issues that impact the neighborhood and
Ms. Brawley,
resolving
we're losing you. Can you turn up your volume or get closer to your phone?
Yeah, can you hear me better?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So we deal with local issues that impact the neighborhood and resolve conflicts around land use, especially around new development. And we can't play that role as a council if we're not given information or given opportunity for concerned residents to ask questions. There have been many open-ended discussions over the years about these parcels and possible uses, and I believe Kathy earlier shared, the discussion that had been had before and the use as parkland. So for many years they've been considered parkland. And to my knowledge, Turnagain was not given notice or information about this proposed land disposal before it was included on tonight's agenda. So as others have stated, this was really not something that we had on our radar until a couple days ago. I do also want to thank Community Development Director Trombley, who responded to the questions that I had submitted to our Assembly members yesterday after hearing about it on Sunday. However, several of the answers, understandably, were still that those details are unknown. So I appreciate that there's multiple steps in the process and multiple opportunities for comment when something is being developed. But I still want to raise these questions because these are ones that the community will ask. First, what is the planned use for this property? Will it include housing, businesses, or other uses? How will it impact the existing pedestrian bridge and path over Northern Lights that provides a connection between those two parts of the neighborhood and would potentially be impacted?
And how will this impact the Fish Creek Trail to the Ocean project, which is proposed for the other side of Northern Lights and would rely on a connection through this area to meet up with the southern portions of Fish Creek Trail? And I think it's important also to understand that this particular area in our neighborhood has been very contentious. So Kathy referred to the rustic goat development several years ago, and I know that since that time, the parking issues have been addressed and folks consider that a good part of the neighborhood. However, the residents who live in that area and remember that story are still going to have the same questions and are probably still carrying the same distrust that they had from that prior process. And so it may be that after they learn more about what's proposed here, they will become supportive or that their objections would be addressed. But at this point, we have no information to offer and only questions. And so I am reiterating our request as a community council to have some more time to understand what's being proposed so that we can inform neighbors about what's being planned, what still needs to be determined, what the points in the process are, and when they can engage. Because at this point, it seems like there hasn't been that opportunity. There's still a lot of unanswered questions how this could impact other priorities in our neighborhood. And again, this is not a position on the project or on the proposal. It's really just asking for some additional time and to understand what's proposed. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Ms. Quinn Davidson is in the queue with a question for you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anna, thanks for your testimony on this item. I was just wondering if you had stated a specific request for an extension. I didn't hear a date, but maybe you did say it.
No, we did contemplate a date. I mean, obviously we meet monthly, but our next meeting is in 2 weeks from now, and so I don't know that it's something that we could put a specific date on. Again, we're not trying to ask for a delay for the purpose of opposition. We're really just trying to get answers to these questions. So I think it really depends more on, the time frame for those questions or when the administration might be available to share that information.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson, and thank you, Ms. Brawley, for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Try once more. Does that work? No. Thank you, Cameron. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Gleason. Forrest whispered to me, here is our institutional knowledge for Turnagain, so it's nice to have you here sharing some of that history. So we did hear from Ms. Brawley. Cameron and I connected her with Mr. Trombley, who wrote back some answers to some of the concerns she had raised. So I just want to give Mr. Trombley a chance to maybe speak to, what has he found? Are there any plat notes as to what Kathy brought up? Anything else you want to bring up, Adam? And what you think about doing, maybe a 2-week delay. We try to move it to March 1st and see if, we can get some questions answered. Could you speak to that and just try to help us figure out a path forward?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'm always sympathetic to the arguments of community councils. We're bound by the code, and we followed the code as far as the public notice for this disposal. In regards to the Ms. Gleason's comments, unfortunately, we didn't find anything doing our due diligence with these properties. I think many times, I remember being on the body, we moved a fire station, and people were mad where we moved the fire station because they always perceived that to be parkland, and in fact it was never parkland. But again, I understand that people have enjoyed this open space. What we have here is we have 84,000 square feet, which is zoned R3, 25,000 roughly RO residential office, and 14,000 B1A local neighborhood business district. There's no plat notes, there's no indication that any of this is set out and set aside for it to be open space. As far as a delay, I'll leave that to the body. Your constituents are here. Some of the challenges and not to dissuade you from doing what your community councils would like you to do, But some of the challenges with these projects, and usually the way developments work, is that a piece of land is identified, underlying zoning is identified, possible rezoning is identified, and then you have a concept. And really it's only that, it's just a concept. And so some of the challenges with that is that when you go to the community and you make a proposal and you say, I want to put 15 single-family homes and a 300-foot multi-level business, blah, blah, you know, all this kind of stuff, and then if you come out with that proposal and you share that information with community councils, and then once you acquire the property and you understand the zoning and you understand the topo or the topography and you understand what's underneath the ground, you realize, well, actually, you know what, that plan that I really wanted, I can't do. And so then you go back to the community council, and now they're even more confused, and they feel like maybe you've lied to them. So there's challenges either way. I think the developer has a track record of success, but not to diminish at all what the community sees as possible challenges. So whether or not you want to delay it, I'll leave that completely up to you guys. I'm happy to share as much information as I possibly can with the public so that they feel comfortable moving forward.
Could I just ask like a follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Trombley. Can you tell us a little bit, I mean, I've spoken with J.J. Brooks, but it's been a couple months, about whether this sale's necessarily for him, sort of what might be planned for the property. And I know, to your point earlier, you can't promise anything, but is that sort of the purpose? And then the second point is, what is the process for community councils to learn about this? Is it just tracking the assembly agenda? Does something like this not come to them until there's a rezone or some other action, just so community councils sort of know what to look out for?
Yeah, absolutely, sure. So under Municipal Code Title 25, when it comes to selling MOA real estate land, which is significantly different than HLB land, we can just put up for sale, and it has to go through the normal AO process. There's no requirement to go to community councils. Not to say that we shouldn't, I'm just saying that there's no requirement in code to do that. As far as a public process, as with any project, my guess is there's probably going to be some level of entitlements. And for the public who don't understand what entitlements would be a variance, which would have to go to a board or commission, which is a public process. If there's a rezone, that would go to P&Z, maybe even Urban Design Commission, at which point it would end up again. A rezone would end up here at the body for even more public comment. If there's any platting actions that need to happen, which there probably would be, that would go to the platting board. That too is a public process. It would give the opportunity for the public to weigh in. So you're looking at really probably maybe, Mr. Whitfield, probably 3 to 4 boards I could see, maybe 2, maybe even more, that the public would have the opportunity to participate in and voice their opinion on. So this certainly wouldn't be done in the dark by any stretch. And again, some of those things would wind up at your desk here in a very public manner. They're all public manners, of course. And I believe that there are requirements for the developer to go and present to the community. Am I correct? Yep. And so as the concept is, kind of vetted out with the community, they will go to community council and say, this is what I'd like to do in your community. So, along with that, in regards to the public infrastructure that would be required, any infrastructure that's in that area that would have to be upgraded would be requirement of the developer to do. For example, there's an alleyway just north of 79th, 29th. There's power lines. Those would have to be buried. Right? And that would be the responsibility of the developer. And the community council would absolutely be aware of that. And so, again, there's a lot of public involvement, a lot of public process that would take place with any sort of development on this land.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd first like to move to delay this item to the meeting of March 15th.
Second.
Can I speak to that?
So a motion has been made by Mr. Perez-Verdia to postpone this item to the meeting of March 15th, and it's been seconded by Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
How's my microphone? Sound good?
It's a little shaky. Not sure what's going on with West Anchorage down there and the microphones.
We're falling apart.
How's this one? Sound good? Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate, Mr. Trombley, all of the information you shared, and I also appreciate that there will be a lot of opportunity for the public to engage on what happens with this land. However, just purely for the fact that this came as a surprise to the Turnagain Community Council, and they need an opportunity to discuss this and weigh in on it. And I believe that if we move it to March 15th, that'll give them an opportunity to have it at their next meeting and share comment about it, as well as any other member of the public who wants to weigh in. So I just think it's worth it to postpone this for a period of time and give a little bit more opportunity for the public to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I will go through the queue on the motion to postpone. Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If this item is postponed, there's some additional information I'd be looking for. One is, it says that these parcels would be appraised after we authorize disposal, but I think it's really important to weigh the possible benefit to the municipality against the potential benefit to the community as it is right now. So that I think is key information. Also, since this abuts Northern Lights there, any potential right-of-ways that may come into play along Northern Lights, I would really like to know about up front. So I support the postponement so we can get some additional information. And then finally on process, if I'm approaching this from a resident's perspective and I go and look at these parcels on the GIS maps, I see a lot of green that suggests park. And I understand it may not be designated parkland, but that raises a red flag into something that we may want to look at improving over time if these parcels don't have the protections of parks, because it does set up a set of expectations for residents, especially as to the community engagement around their disposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Did you want to respond, Mr. Trombley?
I did. I'm happy to share all that information with you. As far as the appraisals go, some of the challenges that there's obviously a cost to an appraisal, and part of that cost we look at when we negotiate a sales price. And so it will, I'm just telling you right, it will be very challenging for us to get an appraisal within the timeline that you guys have put on it, and the cost associated with getting an appraisal prior to even knowing if you guys will authorize the sale. So, and the only thing I could tell you right now, well, not right now because I'd have to look it up, is what the MOA assesses it at. And that would probably give you a fairly good understanding of where it would be market value.
May I follow up, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Market value, I don't quite think assessed value is market value, but if you could take a little bit of a look at that between now and then, that would be valuable information to have. An appraisal may not be necessary, but it would be great to have that analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair, the irony of this. So, Mr. Trombley, I do appreciate you knowing that the community councils are very important in recognizing that they need to have some input. Is any bit of this, by delaying it for until March 15th, a really wonderful date, by the way, cost anything?
Through the chair, Ms. Allard, entitlement actions can take upwards of 6 to 8 months. As everyone here knows, we're not Arizona, we can't build in January generally. So there would be some delay, but again, I think everyone's goal here is housing. Everyone's goal here is economic development and jobs. And I think it's important at the same time that the people who are going to be affected by this feel comfortable with the decision. The people that represent them on the assembly feel comfortable with their decision. So will it cause delays? To answer your question, yes. But I think it's important that we do it in a manner that's right, that's forthcoming, and that the community ultimately, whether they agree or not, at least feel comfortable with all the information they've been provided.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you. I'll just be quick. I was just going to say thank you to everyone, and particularly Mr. Trombley, for all that information. It's really helpful and a good reminder that any action that is notable that would take place on this property would have a public process in itself. And so I would have supported just moving to March 1st. I think that it's really important. I've really appreciated that Mr. Trombley's been putting a lot of effort into getting muni land that's developable, available. in our community, and I think this is just one of those steps. So I'm happy to go to March 15th, but again, there will be a public process if this land is used for other things. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Weddleton?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did promise Ms. Gleason that I would ask her a question. Do you have a second to come up, Ms. Gleason? I do have one quick question for you. I appreciate the fact that you have so much history with this, and I look forward to having conversations with you outside of this meeting on it, and I know we have a lot to do tonight, so I would ask that your comment be brief, or your answer be brief, but do you feel like that this postponement will give you the opportunity to engage with your community council and answer the questions that you have?
No. We will not have time to do our due diligence as an all-volunteer neighborhood group who has a lot to weigh in on this disposal proposal and all of the baggage that goes with it that is not being considered tonight. And we already almost have identified as the board a full agenda for our March 3rd meeting. And this was way before we knew about this. So this is kind of it's interesting when we came in on the discussion, walked in when you guys were just talking. It took me a while to figure out what you were talking about as far as community councils and needing more time. And boy, this falls into that category of way more time is needed to make sure this is looked at very carefully. And I didn't have time to mention that I did talk to J.J. Brooks this afternoon for quite some time and got a lot of information that I would have loved to have shared with the council, because I think you're being led down based on comments and even questions, something that isn't in stone with J.J. Brooks at all. And his main primary objective is to ensure long-term use by rustic goat patrons at the parking lot. And it was never his intention when he expressed to the municipality that he wanted to try and work something out on that to ensure long-term use of that parking lot. He may not have any desire to purchase those extra parcels. That's the kind of information that really needs to be fleshed out. And I can tell you from a council perspective, we won't have time to deal with this at our March 3rd meeting, and we don't meet again until the first Thursday in April. If you guys are having a decision about this on March 15th, but you will close the public hearing, it really doesn't serve us to any valid degree from a council perspective. Thank you.
Can I just respond? So I would really appreciate setting up a meeting time with you after this, and just know that at the next meeting there is still the opportunity for us to postpone for further. So I would appreciate if you and I could meet and talk more about it, so I can have a bit better sense of how much time you feel like you need.
Certainly, I would love to have our other assembly representative be part of that as well.
Of course, yes, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Weddleton, I see you're in the queue. Did you? No. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gleason.
Thank you.
I think that's it for questions.
Okay. Thank
you. Mr. Weddleton?
I want to move to continue the public hearing until March 15th. Can we do that? Or I guess move to reopen and continue the public hearing.
Yes, you could. I was going to say you could make that motion. I think you can amend a motion. Can we amend a motion to postpone? Austin and Cameron had that. Okay, so John or Mr. Weddleton, you want to go ahead and state what you're proposing?
Am I making a solo motion, or am I proposing to amend their motion?
So we can ask.
Yeah, I'm happy to modify my
Okay.
motion.
So if you can just state your motion, what you want to do, Mr. Weddleton, and then I believe Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Perez-Verdier are open to that.
Yes.
I guess I move to amend the motion to continue to include reopening and continuing the public hearing to March 15th.
And the mover of the original motion to postpone have nodded their
I agree.
heads, and the second agrees. So then the motion on the floor is to postpone AO 2022-21 to the meeting of March 15 and reopen and continue the public hearing.
Okay.
Mr. Weddleton?
I suppose so, but that's kind of odd. I think what we do is we just move to continue the public hearing. I mean, and essentially you are postponing it. So I guess no harm done. It's just a little redundant.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Yes, your motion will take precedence over the original motion, and so just to be cleaner, we'll dispense with the original motion and go with the continue the public hearing to March 15.
Right. So I think we have to say reopen and continue, correct?
Reopen and continue.
All right, thanks. To get a second.
So that was moved, and who was the second? Was that you, Mr. Presverdia?
Sure, second.
Seconded by Mr. Presverdia. Is there any discussion? Ms. Allard?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to acknowledge that this has been on the agenda for 4 weeks. Thank you.
Really?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reopen the public hearing for AO 2022-21 and continue to the meeting of March 15.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. Item 14C will be back before the body and with public hearing on March 15.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Chombley?
I just wanted to let the two West Anchorage Assembly members know that if you need any additional information or if you would like me to meet with the Community Council, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chombley. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2022-22, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by non-competitive sale of HLB parcel 6-057A, legally described as Lot 1, Block 2, Phase 1, Girdwood Industrial Park Subdivision, Plat 2016-67, PID 075-131-09 to the current lessee, H.R. Redmond Company, Inc.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, a resident of District 3 in Anchorage. I'm thankful that during the last discussion we were able to actually have some common ground between the people that are sitting up there and we the people who sit in the green chairs and who take time off work sometimes. And I appreciate the strong turnout by the Turnagain Community Council, its members, and its leadership. I'm thankful for them being a community partner. Again, I would like for a real valuation as to the cash flow to be presented unto the voters. Why all the need to sell the land all of a sudden? Have the federal checks not come in yet? Are you still waiting on the checks from Grandpa Biden? What happens when they don't come? What happens when at the next bond rating we go downward again? Where will we be? Now's not the time to be selling land. And again, I would like for it to be very much incorporated into this exactly who can buy the land. The lottery idea is reasonable. Instead of filling the pockets of more elected officials, staff, and administrative costs, I would appreciate it if the costs went back to the people. I would also appreciate it if side conversations discontinued by staff or elected officials while members of the public are testifying. It's rude and disrespectful. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? We do have 2 people signed up for phone testimony. One is here. Let's go ahead and give Ms. Sullivan a call.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Thank you, Ms. Honest. We also have Mike Edgington on the list, who is here in person. Mr. Edgington, will you be speaking on behalf of Girdwood Board of Supervisors?
I will. I was expecting Brianna to speak, but she probably couldn't get to her phone in time. So,
and could you get a little bit closer or move the
Sure.
mic a little bit closer?
Better?
That's better. I'll set the timer for 5 minutes.
I'm probably not going to speak for 5 minutes. So my name is Mike Edgington. I'm co-chair of Girdwood Board of Supervisors. I said Brianna was going to speak to this, but she may speak to one of the later items. We are generally supportive of this. We really just wanted to comment that back in 2018, we passed a resolution to encourage HLB to continue the development of the industrial lot, the additional parcels. This just covers the very first 5 parcels. There are many other permittees there and a very long list of people who want to use the site. It's the only industrial site, light industrial site within Girdwood. So that was 4 years ago when we passed the resolution. We discussed it again at our GBOS meeting this week, and the body is still very much in favor of accelerating the process to continue this build-out. So while we're in support of this, we see this very much as a small step towards the ultimate goal, and we would very much like the administration and the Assembly to do what they can to finish the project and build out the whole of the site. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved to approve by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-22.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14D passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2022-23, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by non-competitive sale of HLB parcels 6-057B, 6-057C, and 6-057E, legally described as lots 2, 3, and 5, Block 2, Phase 1, Girdwood Industrial Park Subdivision, Plat 2016-67, PIDs 075-131-10 and 075-131-11 and 075-131-13 to the current lessee, GEO Contracting LLC.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. So again, all of these non-competitive land sales, if everyone would look on page 1 of their document to submitted by Chair of the Assembly at the request of the Mayor. There's been a lot of these. I think there's like 7 or 8 of them on tonight's schedule. I would like to ask through the chair to the administration, is Ms. Shelley Roten on the line, the Land Management Officer for Heritage Land Bank? I'm not familiar with that individual. As well, Cheryl Frasca, Director of OMB, who concurred on this document. As well concurred Travis C. Friss, Chief Financial Officer. I don't see him present. As well concur Patrick Burke, Municipal Attorney. I don't see him present. So I would like to ask if they had an excused absence from tonight's meeting through the chair. I know you can't answer me at this time, but maybe off the record later. Non-competitive land sales. So I would like to have in this packet included the original lease with this GEO company. Right, if they had right of first refusal at the sale, and that was included in their lease documents with the municipality, I think having the original lease in there would be appropriate. So we can see how that was originally awarded, whether or not it was a sweetheart deal originally and whether or not it's another sweetheart deal right now. So why are you rushing all these things through before the election? What's your reasoning? So through the chair, Member Weddleton that's up for election, and through the chair, Member Dunbar that's up for election, and through the chair, Member Zalatel that's up for election, and through the chair, Member Perez Verdilla that's up for election. Re-election.
Mr. Williams, please speak to the item before us.
Right. So is it all a sweetheart deal so each one of them can get a land sale and be able to say, hey, we were for affordable housing? Is that the idea? Is that really what you're trying to do here? And did the administration just get some extra cash to cover up the cash flow problems that we've been having? I mean, I see through the chair to the mayor, through the chair, where is Frisk tonight? Absent.
Mr. Williams, please speak to the item before us, to the merits of the item before us.
How much you expecting to get from the sale through the chair? And what are you going to do with the money? What's your intent? What are they going to do with the property? Where's the plans? This is a pretty skimpy document. And it says there's no, let's see, $348,000 worth of financial impact. Stop selling our land for pennies on the dollar.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go to the phone list. Ms. Honest, if you would call Ms. Sullivan, please.
This is Brianna.
Hi, Ms. Sullivan. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hi.
Hi, you are on for public testimony on item 14E, AO 2022-23. Will you be representing Girdwood Board of Supervisors tonight?
Yes, thank you.
I will set your timer for 5 minutes, and if you go ahead and identify yourself for the record. You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Brianna Sullivan. I reside in Girdwood and am co-chair of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. Tonight I am speaking to items 14D, E, and F on the agenda. These items are regarding platted lots in the Girdwood Industrial Park. Girdwood's Industrial Park is a massively critical piece, if not the backbone of all pieces of business for our community. Economic basic necessities and infrastructure and the actual functioning of our town happens due to businesses down Ruan Road each and every day. AWWU, our water treatment plant, the transfer station, all of our heavy equipment and machinery for plowing, sanding, contractor work, and Girdwood Fire Department training takes place here. Moreover, this land is zoned for these practices. The items 14 DEF are all ordinances authorizing the disposal of the non-competitive sale of HLB parcels in the Girdwood Industrial Lot, giving current lessees right of first offer of the 5 lots they have been operating from and providing their services to the community of Girdwood from for years. HR Redmond Inc., Geo Contracting LLC, and on-site snow removal are all important and necessary services to Girdwood, its visitors, and the needs of our community. Giving these small businesses right of first offer is good for Girdwood. I am in support of this action. This is phase 1 of the Girdwood Industrial Lot. What I'd like to emphasize is that this brings attention to the great disparity between phase 1 and phase 2 and 3 of the Girdwood Industrial Lot. Phase 2 and 3 is lagging far and dismally behind phase 1, and the lessees, also critical infrastructure operating from the land of phase 2 and 3, are in desperate need of attention and have been for several years. This area is unplatted and does not have power, does not have water, or natural gas. Essential private, commercial, and government services that depend on this land are basic infrastructure and safety to the life of Girdwood. The people paying to operate from this land, which is the only place zoned for these operations, are arguably just as important as the businesses having the ability to own their land right now through the completion of phase 1. What I'm saying is completing phase 1 does not solve the problem that Girdwood is still starving for private, commercial, and government services. In January 2018, 4 years ago, the Girdwood Board of Supervisors passed a resolution to expedite the completion of phase 2 and 3 of the industrial park, building them out as a priority. Now, the current Board of Supervisors agrees this topic remains a community priority to finish the industrial park. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Sullivan, are you still on the line?
Yes.
Do you want us to call you back for the other?
No, thank you.
No, okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I can hang up.
Yes, thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community or the area of the municipality in which you live. Could you go ahead and turn on the microphone there? The yellow button. There you go.
Thank you. Christian Harrison. I reside in North Mountain View. I want to take a moment to thank my fellow resident for taking the time to come up and testify, because sometimes things move really quickly and maybe somebody's not quite realizing that they're ready or needing to say something, or maybe they might have something to add. As an indigenous Alaskan and someone that inherited an interest in some land when my mother passed away in Alaska, land use issues are near and dear to me. And my own tribal council or village corporation had once wanted to sell off a significant piece of property that I felt was, and still feel, is probably one of their most valuable pieces of property with regard to the ability to develop it and turn the development into a profitable residual income for the corporation. So I noticed that there's a 5-year out forecast for about $150,000 in revenues, and then that the sale of this land would, or the disposal of this land would give the municipality an influx of about $377,000, yet they would lose an interest as far as residual long-term income. And far be it for me to advise anyone up there. I'm just kind of learning, but if you're selling it to a business, businesses are, their interest is dollars. Yeah, they may or may not be good for the community. The community may or may not support them. I don't know. That's for that community to determine. But I think I also might agree a little bit in that anytime you're transferring land, you might want to err on the side of caution more than quickness, especially when you have such a great history with regard to property decisions and your bond ratings. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-23S.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 14E passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2022-24, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by non-competitive sale of HLB parcel 6-057D, legally described as Lot 4, Block 2, Phase 1, Girdwood Industrial Park Subdivision, Plat 2016-67, PID 075-131-12 to the current lessee on-site snow removal.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. So again, this is number 3 for District 6. Up on the calendar for today, the third sale of We the People's property in a non-competitive sale. And just there, it was revealed on the record in the previous testimony that actually it is a first right of refusal. So I do appreciate that with the member on the phone stating that for the record. So here, this is a critical infrastructure. We're selling it off to someone who I guess has done this service for a while here in Girdwood. What happens if they double the rates? Where are you going to put the snow? because there's a lot of construction going on there right now, a lot of SW triple Ps, the runoff programs, the wetlands that are down there, a lot of concerns. You're trying to sell off these properties. Next is going to be, what are you going to do with them? Then you're going to quickly rezone them. It seems like each one of the members on this body that's in jeopardy of losing their seat in April, which, by the way, I know you can feel the tenor changing in this community, that your seats are actually not as fixed as you thought they were.
Mr. Williams, please speak to the merits of the item before us.
Right. So you buy pet projects to get votes, and here's one for District 6. So I'd like to ask, for the record, is the administration and the assembly body willing to put forth all the emails from all the assembly members with regards to all of the non-competitive land sales from tonight? And would the administration be willing to do the same and publish them on the municipal website within the next, let's say, 7 days? And how about if my assembly members, through the chair, Member Austin Quinn Davidson, and through the chair, Cameron Perez Verdilla, first, second, postpone until after the April election. So May 1st, whatever the regular assembly date for May 1st or after, postpone until then. All non-competitive land sales, please. Stop trying to racketeer votes by selling our land for pennies on the dollar. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. And if you could turn on the, there you go.
Thank you. I'm still learning. Christian Harrison, North Mountain View. I'm not sure if that's Ms. Zalatel or Mr. Constance district. Since you guys field so much, I just want to say, as a lifelong Alaskan and son of Anchorage, I particularly appreciate the sitting assembly and the earned position and respect and experience that I see here. I admit that I haven't always paid a whole lot of attention to the matters of the city and politics and whatnot, but I certainly have to say that I see more done in more ways than I've ever really seen before when I was a teenager.
And sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I need to ask you just to speak
yes.
to the merits of the item in front of us.
Merits of the item
Just,
are...
and that's just one of
yes,
the,
I apologize.
the rules. It's okay, thanks.
Thank you for redirecting me. I think the community councils probably have this well in hand. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I want to actually speak on the this and the last previous two items. This is actually pretty exciting news. It's a very big deal. This was in the works prior to me getting on the assembly. When I was in the assembly 6 years ago, and I was getting calls from the people working out of the industrial area at Girdwood, just long, lengthy complaints that we heard Bob Wolf told us about the other day. And it was, but folks at Heritage Land Bank were working it, trying to get very complicated things set up and ready to help these people out. And so I'm very excited to see that happen. There were some questions. The relevant parts of the lease were in the package. These packages are very helpful. I think the relevant information was in there. The part that shows that they were given the right of first offer, which is something came through us a couple years ago. to buy at fair market value, which is, it's non-competitive, but it was appraised and it was at a fair, essentially what you'd assume the market would hit. And it was, it is brought to us from the mayor, thank you, who I do not believe is up for re-election, so it's probably not gaming it in any way. I just think it is good for the community, desperately needed. And we did, the goal of Heritage Land Bank, you have to be, self-funded. But it's not just maximizing value of the sales too. It's economic development, other benefits of the community. And this is very clearly an economic benefit for Anchorage, for Girdwood in particular. They're just so desperate for space and places where they can operate efficiently. I mean, I look back that place 6 years ago and it was a mud hole and they were making it work, and now it's much better and it will be better in the future. And my understanding, though it may be wrong, but now we will have some money to continue with phase 2 and phase 3, which are also needed, because what we've done here is not nearly enough for what's already there. But when phase 3 is done, we'll have more room for people who are looking for really much more space there to do a lot of things that'll save money. I think like road construction now on Seward Highway, they have to drive all the way from Anchorage or further down. If they could store their trucks there, it would be a huge money saver. So I really look forward to what I know is a continuing process to get the rest of this through. And thanks to Brianna and Mike for Girdwood Board of Supervisors, continuing to beat the drum on this and make it happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-24.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14F passes 11-0. Next, we have item 14G, ordinance number AO 2022-28, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by non-competitive lease to the Federal Aviation Administration, a 10-year lease with 2 5-year renewals for a non-directional beacon site on portions within Heritage Land Bank, parcels 4-033A and 4-034.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And I just want to remind folks for this part of public testimony to speak to the merits of the item before us, and that time permitting, there is final audience participation at the end of the meeting. So if you would wish to speak on this item, please come forward. State your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live, and you will have 3 minutes.
Niall Sherwood Williams. Through the chair, I don't appreciate the prior restraint, which is illegal. Supreme Court case law. Again, when it comes to selling this land, here we're selling it to the federal government. I know it's near an international airport, but again, when we're selling city land to the federal government, I demand, well, here again, my member is absent during this time, something that affects our district and frankly, everyone in this city. It's an international airport. You have visitors coming here from 100 or so different countries, cargo from all over the world. Is this to replace an old beacon or to add another? What kind of beacon? What exactly will be placed on there? Who will be building it? Will it be the Army Corps of Engineers? See, the thing that really bothers me as a constituent, and especially as an assembly candidate for the April election, is when my members clearly know exactly what this is going to be used for and exactly what's going to be done here. However, we're left with this little skimpy document, unclear plans. They're taking both our maritime rights in the water, they're stealing those. They're stealing portions of land from our city, wetlands. We have no idea how they're going to construct or what they're going to construct there. What kind of beacon? Is it going to be a beacon on top of a nuclear power plant? Is that your idea? Are you going to build your submarine tunnels there? I mean, I would think if you want to sell this tract of land, maybe through the chair, a reasonable suggestion would be to have a joint project with the Alaska Railroad, the Longshoremen's Union, so we could have another Port of Alaska there right next to the airport. Instead of a beacon, is it going to be a bat symbol through the chair? Again, please put forward a motion to postpone this until after the election, May 1st or after. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you. Christian Harrison, Mr. Constance, Community Council, or area, North Mountain View. I just want to real quick say that anytime you can renew a lease with a federal agency, that's great. I did a little bit of entry-level work in travel transportation, and you know, we did a corridor study with the Federal Transit Administration and worked very closely with Federal Highway Administration. So, I mean, this looks great. Yeah. Just at first blush. I imagine it's been well vetted, as most everything with the FAA is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christian, I just want to compliment you on actually having the facts here. This is not a sale. This is a lease. It's been going on since 1976. And that you knew that as a compliment to you. You had your facts together, I guess, unlike some other people who've been commenting on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-28.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14G passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I'd like to move to change the order of the day to take up 14I, 14J, and 14K now, and then get back in the regular order.
Second.
So a motion has been made to take up items 14I, 14J, and 14K, and then proceed with 14H and through the agenda. It has been seconded by Ms. Allard. Did I get the order correct?
I, J, and K, correct.
Oh, just J and K?
I, J, and K.
I,
Yeah,
J, and
three
K.
of them. Thanks.
Next. Yes.
Okay, I got it. And I have a motion. I did miss-
Is there any discussion?
Did Ms. Allard second that? Yes, Ms. Allard seconded. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14I, J, K, and then H.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day passes 10-1. Before we take up item 14I, we will take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume with the agenda. Before we took a break, the order was changed to take up items 14I, 14J, and 14K next. So we will start with 14J. 14I. Ordinance number AO 2022-25, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 12.15 to add a section to create a property tax exemption for certain accessory dwelling units. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Hi, my name is Irene Quidno, District 3, represented by Eagle River. I think this is a great idea. It helps families stay together when one of the parents gets older, but they don't want to accommodate them or can't accommodate them in the actual dwelling. It would also provide housing for people. It would be nice who don't want to be in like a big apartment building or something. So I think this is a great opportunity to create more housing that's also affordable. And like I said, I also think it's a great idea. Instead of having to move a person into a home, you might be able to, like a parent that's getting older, you might be able to keep them at the home, have some in-home care instead of sending them off, so to speak, even in a good manner, to a care facility. And anyway, I'm in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And before we move on, I just want to do a quick sound check to make sure we have Ms. Kennedy on the line.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and your community council or area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, my name is Mike Edgington. I live in Girdwood. I'm co-chair and land use supervisor on GBOS, but I'm speaking on my own behalf. So this is really another plea to consider the impact of ordinances for both the administration, please consider this, and the Assembly on all parts of the community, including the smaller outlying areas like the one I represent. ADUs in general, I think is a great idea. I'm generally supportive of this principle. But the application within Girdwood would be very different for two reasons. The first reason, which isn't addressed directly, is the issue of short-term rental businesses, or rather uses. Probably, I think I heard the mayor at an earlier point mention that this would be a great opportunity for people to build an ADU and maybe turn it into a short-term rental. I think Eagle River, which I think was one of the example locations he suggested, has maybe about 0.5% of all housing units are involved in the short-term rental market. In Anchorage as a whole, it's around 1%. In Girdwood, it's upwards of 20%. It's had a huge impact on our community. It's created many problems in neighborhoods. Obviously, that 20% is an average. It's much higher on some streets. It's also had a disastrous impact on the long-term rental market. So it's basically an unregulated business at the moment. So in order to, me personally, to support this, to effectively subsidize the addition of ADUs, we really would want to see, or at least I would want to see, some kind of regulation around short-term rentals. And maybe that's something we can discuss further over the summer. The second thing is, which I think has been touched on in some earlier discussions, is the way this tax is structured. It actually won't provide much of an exemption in Girdwood. The way it's written is it will not apply to the ASD Anchorage School District tax levy. And it will also not apply to service area levies. And basically, Girdwood taxes are only made up of those two components, plus a very tiny amount of area-wide. In fact, in some circumstances when area-wide is negative, a straight application of this tax would result in a tax increase on ADUs within Girdwood, as opposed to having nothing in there, because the exemption would not be, effectively the negative tax wouldn't be available for the exempted property. So just the summary really is good idea in principle. The actual impact of it will be quite different in different parts of the municipality, and I really would like to see more analysis, care, and thought go into those issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Zalatel has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you mind emailing me about the secondary issue you raised? I've been working on something to address the first issue, and if we're going to be possibly making some changes, I think we can maybe look at them all together.
Okay, we'll
Thank
have
you.
a long discussion about that. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Dustin Sherman. I live in Abbott Loop, which is represented by Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance for now. I'm actually for this. So my mother-in-law lives down in California, and there's a chance that she may move up here when she gets to the point where she can no longer take care of herself. We're looking at building a mother-in-law type place on the back of our house. So I think that this is a win-win for property owners. And with my mother-in-law being blind, it's almost a 100% guarantee she's coming up here. So yeah, I like this idea, and I think it's great considering my property value just went up 27 grand in a year. I can't see it going up any less than that since it's already happened. So I'm for this, AO 2022-25.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I see nothing in this ordinance as to how many accessory dwelling units would be allowed per site, nor if they're required to be off of the public easement for either utility, public water, roadway, etc. It's very, very unclear as to exactly what meets the status of an accessory dwelling unit. How many wheels can it have? Can it have wheels? How many times can it move per year? Can it in fact move? Will this be an actual residence for elections code where people can register in the accessory dwelling unit? So will we have a new subset of addresses in the municipality of Anchorage that will be to the effect of 2023 B Street, units 23, accessory dwelling unit A, Anchorage, Alaska 99515? Will that be a potential new additional line that now the Postal Service will have to recalculate and recalibrate their machines to be able to read a new line on the addresses? I mean, can I buy 7 RVs and put them in my yard? How many maximum people per acre will be allowed in this? Can you stack accessory dwelling units on top of one another? Could we have 15 connexes on top of one another? I mean, I see you're laughing, and I'm trying to bring this up because it's not written in here. And it's really a problem. And the previous testifier testified that his house went up $27,000 and was cheering that. That's great if you're selling. But how about if you're a senior citizen? I did some research. 12.5% to about 16% is the typical increase of assessment for municipal properties year over year. Mr. Trombley, through the chair,
testify that he didn't think he could get an assessor within 30 days.
Mr. Williams, please address the merits of the item before us.
We're talking about property tax exemption. It's a real problem. I'd like for these questions to be answered with specific about the elections code and whether or not this will allow people to be able to vote that live in an accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Christian Harrison. I live in North Mountain View. I see that the municipality has already defined what an accessory dwelling unit is comprised of, and that this is going to be included here as per section 1(7)(b). And I noticed, I've never heard of these things. I see that the Federal Housing Administration doesn't suggest that there be taxation, an additional tax, or that they don't support raising taxes or for accessory dwelling units. I find that this is a good thing because it brings some regulation and maybe some more awareness that they would fall under housing standards. Gives an opportunity for people trying to work their way out of homelessness that maybe can't afford something larger that would probably be more costly, and I see a great opportunity for even some close quarters accountability, mentorship possibilities, and I think especially Mr. Sherman's observation of the ability to help his mother-in-law. I would definitely support this as a resident. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? We do have one person signed up on the phone list. Ms. Honest, would you call Ms. Pease, please?
Hello, this is Nancy Pease.
Hi, Ms. Pease. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 14I, AO 2022-25, regarding property tax exemptions for accessory dwelling units. And if you would just go ahead and state your name again for the record and your community council or the area of the municipality in which you live, you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, this is Nancy Pease. I am speaking today as a delegated representative of Rabbit Creek Community Council. Our council considered this ordinance and expressed some concern that there is no analysis or study showing the costs or benefits to the general public regarding this change. We have some questions. Obviously, this is a subsidy to property owners who own a dwelling and can afford to expand it. And so that's who it benefits. What are the costs and who bears the costs? Those are questions that came up in discussion. We do generally appreciate the ability of accessory dwelling units to add to the housing base, but we want to make sure that there is public benefit by ensuring that the ADUs are rented out as, to residents and are not just tax-free home expansion, or as an earlier commenter mentioned, Airbnb quick turnover type units. So we do have a specific recommendation, and that is that the code require an annual certification of some sort that the expanded tax-exempt portion of the house is operating as an ADU in order to qualify for the tax exemption. And that would be to delete the line 21.15.015.c.4. Which says annual certification is not required for the ADU exemption. So that was pretty much it from Royal Creek Community Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the phone list. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to continue the public hearing, reopen the public hearing, and continue to March 15th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Zelatel to reopen and the public hearing and continue it to the meeting of March 15. It has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been working on an S version of this ordinance to address many of the issues we've heard tonight. I've spoken with Mr. Trombley of the administration and Mr. Weddleton as chair of CEDC. It's my hope to get the S version to the administration and then through CEDC and then back before the body in that time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not opposed to the motion, but I'd like to ask a clarifying question of the administration that might help drive the creation of the S version. Mr. Trombley, I think you're probably the best suited to answer this. Mr. Edgerton brought up the idea of that in Girdwood only certain types of property taxes could be exempted, so that might have a negative impact on them. But in reading the AM, unless I'm misreading it, it says, because this ordinance is proposed after January 1st, 2017, the municipality may only exempt a portion of the taxes not including the school district's required local contribution and taxes levied for a special service area in a service area. So the way that sentence reads to me, it says the only thing we can exempt are the muni taxes not including school districts, and then the taxes for special service areas. And so I think that's the opposite of what Mr. Edgerton said, unless I misunderstood what he said. So I don't know if I hear from you, Mike, or hear from Adam, but can we exempt the kind of taxes that are being applied in Girdwood with this ordinance?
I'll let Mr. Edgerton go first.
Okay. Mr. Edgington?
She doesn't have it.
Yeah, I think I tried to say the opposite. Well, there are two issues. As it's been explained by the administration so far, the tax exemption would not apply to service area or service areas which are run by an elected board, and I agree with that. They also said it would not apply to school district taxes. That's not the way I read the Alaska statute, but I'm not a professional. What I read is that the Alaska statute prohibits the exemption applying to the minimum contribution, and we don't pay the minimum contribution, we pay a higher contribution.
Right.
So there is a gap between those two where the exemption would apply. There's also I've not heard any statement about what would happen to the bond component, which I think would also be exempt. So in the case of Girdwood, while the exemption would be lower, we have lower taxes to start off with, and a proportion of it would be exempt because it's a service area, elected with an elected board, there would still be an effective exemption. If we take the strict reading that's been presented so far, where none of the ASD taxes are removed, then we effectively have this perverse case where if the area-wide tax was negative, as it sometimes is, it would actually result in a higher tax for properties with ADU.
I guess, can I ask a follow-up, Madam Chair? So I guess I'm just a little confused because the way the AM reads, the school district thing I think is clear, or at least the AM makes it clear to me. But it sounds like here that we're asserting that we can apply it to the special service in the service area. So that's how the AM reads, but it sounds like you maybe have had direct communications with the administration that indicated otherwise?
I testified on this last year when you changed the the rules under 15, I think it was, that at the time it looked like a significant disadvantage to Girdwood because we couldn't we couldn't look at sort of special exemptions for economic development, etc., because the service area tax levy would be, we would be unable to make any exemptions to that.
Okay.
In this particular case, because of the effect it would have on short-term rental properties, which is a particular case in Girdwood, we kind of end up, it's a disadvantage in general. In this particular case, it may be a temporary advantage until we can deal with the bigger problem.
Okay.
But yeah, so I think we agree.
I'm not sure. I think the AM is a little bit confusing to me, but I think we have some time to talk about it, and certainly I'd like to hear from the administration as we get closer, if the extension does pass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Mr. Edgington. Mr. Trombley, did you want to add anything?
I just wanted to say I'm happy to provide any additional information, but you'll see the cutoff date of January 1st, it has to do with state statute, and I believe that has to do with the education funding formula. And so there's only certain, like, deteriorated properties you can get ASD, local school district and MOA tax exemption, but I think for everything else you can't get that eliminated because of the funding formula. But I will be happy to provide all the additional information you need.
Thank you, Mr. Trombley. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can Mike come back up here for just a second? He made a comment about something and I'm concerned.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgington.
Thank you. You had made a comment about short-term rentals.
Yes.
It's the person's property, and you think
Yes.
that those short-term rentals should be exempt from this?
No. What I'm saying is the impact of this, as has happened in other communities, is that providing incentives for ADU development in an area where there's already a high demand for short-term rentals significantly increases the number of short-term rentals. That's the primary use of ADUs. It's not used for additional accommodation for residents. It's used for additional accommodation for short-term rentals. If there's nothing else in local ordinance which sort of spreads the effect. So while that is not a significant consideration for everywhere in the municipality except for Girdwood, it is an extremely significant consideration for Girdwood. So it has a disproportionate impact on our community, but not on the rest of Anchorage and the rest of the bowl.
Follow-up comment, please. Thank you, and I appreciate that. My concern is that it's someone's property, and for the government to step in and say, you know what, you're exempt, but you're not, I find that overreach.
I understand the question. I don't think we're supposed to debate, but I would just say in response that we do regulate bed and breakfasts, we regulate hotels, we regulate rooming businesses of all types. This is a rooming business. It happens to be in a personal home, but it still is a rooming business. And it's well established across many other communities. I believe Wasilla, for example, has regulations on short-term rentals, fairly tight regulations on short-term rentals. So it's a common thing across the state and many other states and worldwide.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. One more question for you, Mr. Edgington. Mr. Constant?
Thank you.
And one thing, too, if you could pull the mic a little bit
Sure.
closer.
I'll squat or something.
So I generally strongly support the idea of these ADUs and the value that they bring, but the point you're raising about Girdwood and the impact of these short-term rentals on the community there, which is in some ways displacing people who might want to work and live out there,
yes.
Raises a consideration. When we talk about a person's property rights, that's one thing, but when we're talking about granting a benefit from the government to a property owner to do a certain action, which would be in this case build ADUs, would you agree that there's some kind of shift, if you will, in the philosophy of property rights, because you're no longer simply talking about a property right, but you're actually talking about a benefit from the government?
The way I see all exemptions is what we're doing is shifting the burden of taxes. We're not typically relieving taxes overall. What we're doing is moving it from one group of property owners to a different group of property owners. So what we would be doing here is moving it away from people adding ADUs, which I think ADUs are a great thing in general.
Right, though just to kind of more finely push into this idea, if we're going to be using our tax revenues to solve a problem, it probably isn't the best use to help increase the profits of a home or property being used for short-term rentals. It'd probably be better to use that investment to create housing units and units that would be supporting people to live.
In some cases, there are other communities that do both.
Right.
I mean, one can argue that room tax, for example, which would be collected and any legal ADUs could be used to help the housing situation in communities such as ours. Right. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think it's actually a beneficial part of our local community as well. It's a beneficial part of our local economy. Many people, can afford to live in a relatively expensive place like Girdwood because they run an ADU as part of their property. So there's a difficult balance here.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I appreciate that perspective because I never would have thought of how it impacts a part of the community different than the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the discussion here for the motion to continue the public hearing illustrates the need for some more time for this. So I'd urge a yes vote, and we can get after some of these issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And thank you, Mr. Edgington. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reopen the public hearing and continue the public hearing to the meeting of March 15 for AO 2022-25.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-1. This item will be back before the body at the meeting of March 15. Before we move on to item 14J, I would ask the body to consider moving to take up items 15B, 15C, and 15D now because those three items are time sensitive.
I would make that motion, please. Move to change order to take up item 15B, C, and D.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, seeking unanimous consent for the motion to change the order of the day to take up items 15B, 15C, and 15D next. Seeing no opposition, we will go ahead and proceed to item 15B. The order of the day has been changed. I want to note that these three items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative rule because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-44, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of package store liquor license number 1199 for Rainey Investments, Inc., DBA Value Liquor number 3.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, resident of District 3. Page 2 of the packet, line 21. I'd like to call the body's attention to certification from the building safety official has not been received. So I'd like to say pending certification from the building safety official. I would like to strongly encourage a unanimous vote for the Eagle River Lions Club. They're a strong member of the community. They provide resources and eyesight to the community free of charge, especially to senior citizens. They're intimately involved with those persons with diabetes in the community, which is the leading cause of blindness in America. So strongly encourage a unanimous vote. 11-0. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-44.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 15B passes 11-0. Next, we have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2022-45, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of club liquor license number 1385 for Eagle River Lions Club, Inc., DBA Eagle River Lions Club.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-45.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 15C passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15D, resolution number AR 2022-46, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 2267 for TPS Alaska, LLC, DBA The Pizza Studio.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. With regards to this area here, there's a lot of liquor licenses over here. I noticed that, again, on page 2, line 21, certification from Anchorage Fire Department has not been received. So I would like clarification as to why we're always rushing these through, and again, through the chair, on a limited time frame, you had to renegotiate the day for the second time tonight to be able to bring these items before the body. So I'm wondering what's going on at the Anchorage Fire Department and why we have not had the inspection yet. Is there a lack of resources at the Anchorage Fire Department? Are too many people out on leave sick right now? We the people would like to know if our community is in jeopardy, if fire inspections are not happening. Through the chair, that's a concern. So I definitely think we should postpone this. Maybe Member Dunbar could postpone this, or Member Peterson, since it's over in their district, through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-46.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 15D passes 11-0. We are now back to item 14J. Ordinance number AO 2022-29, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 3.20.030 and 28.20.010 to establish a timeline for filling a vacancy in the office of the mayor. We have one person signed up for phone testimony, so we'll go to the phone first. Ms. Honest, if you would give Ms. Holmes a call, please.
This is Diane Holmes, ready to testify on item 14J.
Good evening, Ms. Holmes. Thank you for being so prepared. The floor is yours.
Okay. Kind of garbled there. I don't have much to say about this AO because it is rather confusing to me. But it's really important. So I would urge you to clarify the very important part about mayoral candidate vacancies. That chapter, I think that's listed 7.02.c. Is it true that an election must be held within 19 days of the vacancy? I don't understand it all, and I know it's late, but I really hope that you guys will take time to look into this very well. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. And if you would go ahead and repeat your name again for the record.
Diane Holmes.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, we'll go to in-person testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. And if you could, there you go. Oh. Yellow button. There you go. It's on.
Okay. Anyway, my name is Jean Strong, and Crystal and Jamie are my peeps, and I live somewhere in Alaska. Trump won by a landslide. Let's go, Brandon. This thing you want to do, you want to put in this interim unelected mayor. And since this is my pool, I'm looking at 9 dog killers. You want me to choose from them. And then you have somebody who is calling one assembly member, allegedly calling her a slut. Then this Chris, dear, you get up and deny it.
Ma'am, would you please speak to the merits of the item before us?
I am. This is my pool of candidates that I'm talking about. Promise. I promise. I'm getting there. Getting there. Calm down.
Ma'am, please, in the audience, please refrain from shouting.
And
Please
Chris
continue.
got up and denied it, and he said he had an expert. Who was this expert? How much money did the taxpayers pay for this mayoral candidate to hire an expert?
Ma'am, you are off topic. I'm pausing your testimony. Please speak to the item before us. This is a warning. Ma'am, please, in the audience, please refrain from shouting. I need to warn you as well. So I will start your time again, and please stay on topic on the subject before us.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Mr. Constant?
I move to postpone this item indefinitely. I'm happy that this should be introduced another day with a more clear item, and we can just dispatch with this whole conversation.
Second. A motion to postpone this item indefinitely has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, I would argue against postponing indefinitely. This is a complicated thing, as has been stated. It's in some ways fraught with peril, but we do not have, we know, a very clear path forward should there be a vacancy in the office of mayor. And this is not the perfect way to do it, but it definitely clarifies things. And there's an amendment proposed that makes it even better, and I think quickly we can get there. And I'd like to give these folks, it's only 4.5 more to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item AO 2022-29 indefinitely.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
The motion to postpone the item indefinitely passes 9-2. Thank you all for coming tonight. This item will not be moving forward. We now have before us item 14K, ordinance number AO 2021-71S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 21.08.050G to allow rolled curbs on residential minor streets. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Madam Chair, Assembly members, my name is Bill Taylor.
Well, welcome. And Mr. Taylor, could you move the microphone a little bit closer?
Yeah.
We
Is
didn't,
that better?
I think so.
Okay.
No, actually, could you pull it up a little bit?
Yeah.
That should do it.
Okay. My name is Bill Taylor. I'm the owner of Colony Builders, and I also am here on behalf of the Anchorage Home Builders Association. I would like to speak in favor of the rolled curbs, but not in favor of the way the ordinance is written. I think all of the builders and developers in town want this ordinance to pass, but we don't want it to pass in the form that it's in. It needs a little more tweaking. And it just doesn't accomplish what we had intended, which is to avoid going to the plating board and constantly asking for variances. The tweaks are minor but really important. The rolled curbs have multiple benefits, cost considerations, they have practical considerations, there are flexibility benefits, they're should be only used in residential areas only. I think that's a point of clarification also. But just a personal example, I built a subdivision on Abbott Road, and we had infrastructure to tie into, and it would have been very awkward to install vertical or barrier curbs. It would have gone from rolled curbs with attached sidewalks to vertical curbs with maybe detached sidewalks. So the developers mainly need the flexibility. It's a useful type of infrastructure for residential neighborhoods. And mainly, we have to constantly go back to the plating board and ask for variances that are being issued almost on a regular basis. So I would like to see the Assembly support for rolled curbs. However, the language in the ordinance just needs a little more work. So I'll save the rest of my time for any questions, if you have any.
Thank you. Mr. Constant is in the queue.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Do you think it's something that can be fixed with modification of this item, or should it start over?
Oh, don't start over.
Yep.
I think there's some simple language changes and some modifications to the exceptions, even if they're needed. But one of the stumbling blocks is the fact that there's language in the ordinance that won't allow rolled curbs unless you have 4-foot detached sidewalks, and that's not always workable. So we need a little tweaking on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a comment, not a question, but I think just because we have a unique plan for tonight. So just to remind folks that the intention of me and John as the sponsors is to finish the public hearing tonight, not move the S version, move the original, and then postpone it until a meeting of March 1st. I guess my question to you, Mr. Taylor, is how do you feel about that?
Deep down inside?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And thank you, Mr. Taylor. I don't have any other members in the queue right now, but I expect you'll be back.
Okay.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you. Christian Harrison, North Mountain View, Mr. Costin's area. I appreciate the respected elder and his suggestion to postpone this or for tweaking. As I'm sure all of the assembly and the administration are aware, what we're talking about is actually a transportation asset. And so the money that you spend on this comes with warranties and maintenance dollars over time, and each one of these assets has an expected lifespan. When installed improperly or in an area, a situation that maybe a different type of installation could be better installed or more appropriately installed, you can get a damaged asset from improper or problematic maintenance. I understand Mr. Dunbar wants to kind of have this go through. I think it's definitely something to consider more certainty, especially when you have somebody that's coming forward as a developer. I had an opportunity years ago in 2007 to work on a residential project and the Mesquite subdivision off of Elmore Road, and there was a lot of learning for me on that job, and one of which was about proper considerations. Eventually, the assembly actually shut down that, or the city actually shut down that job for the season, and development was quite complicated. I think it changed hands a number of times. So I appreciate your consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Name's Craig Bennett, and I own a land planning company here in Anchorage, and I just want to echo what Mr. Taylor stated. I strongly support this with the changes Mr. Taylor was saying. We are constantly going to the plating board with variances for rolled curb, getting the variance, but it'd be nice not to have to keep applying for it repeatedly, so thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, District 3. Turn against my community council. Again, I appreciate the strong showing from that community council at today's meeting. With regards to the rolled curbs, I do not see anything in here as to stormwater and runoff.
The mic is off.
I don't see anything as to stormwater and runoff capture from either rain or anything else, and how the change in curbs will affect the streets for drivability and walkability subsequent to rainstorms and in the melting periods in the spring during the breakup. So that's a major concern. I see no Americans with Disabilities Act study for how persons with disabilities may be affected by this, how it will be properly integrated with the crosswalks and everything else, to be allowing for the safe passage of persons with disabilities. I see a lot of comments in there from members of the community that seem to be against this, and it appears to be more short-sighted
for low cost. As well, the designs of them, the angles of the rolled curb, actually appear to have a higher probability of popping a vehicle's tire. So I would like for a study to be done on that, both in direct driving over it and side impacts, especially with those that have studded snow tires, which are more apt to pop. Margaret Auth of Anchorage states she does not support this proposal. She's concerned about walkability in her neighborhood in Spenard. She's concerned about snow storage as well and clearing it and the length of time that it takes the municipality to clear her snow. She's concerned about her children and their walkability, their ability to be able to bike. So non-motorized transportation. Has anyone walked up and down Spenard since the snowstorm the past couple days? It's impassable by pedestrian traffic. It's unsafe. How many pedestrian fatalities have we had since 2022 started, and how many pedestrian injuries?
Mr. Williams, please address the item before us.
My time expired.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed.
Move
What
to
is-
reopen, may I? Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr.
Move to
Weddleton.
reopen the public hearing and postpone till March 1.
That was not the plan, Mr. Weddleton.
No, well, let me speak to it.
Okay, I'll second.
So seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Right. My understanding is we moved this whole packet. I mean, we continued the public hearing. It's the whole packet. And I suspect what we'll do is we'll come up with an S1 because there were a lot of comments that are very legitimate. It's just the S version didn't really address anyone's position well at all. So we need to keep the public hearing open. But I think that's where we'll end is with an S1. I don't know what the plan was. That's a better plan then.
The plan, it's fine.
I don't think we could go forward and just say move the S version and postpone. I'm not sure that we could do that, and I don't believe it's necessary.
We could move the original, leave the public hearing closed, and then amend it once we get to March 1st. But I think your version's fine too. So let's just do that.
Can I comment on that?
Go ahead, Mr.
I guess we're
Weddleton.
going to vote. It'll be fine. But yeah, I guess I said my piece. I think we'll vote yes.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reopen the public hearing and continue the public hearing to the meeting of March 1 for AO 2021-71.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. This item will be back before the body at the meeting of March 1. So we are now back to item 14H, ordinance number AO 2021-88S, an omnibus ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 23 to provide clarity for implementation of code and related matter. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? We do have one person on the phone list. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. And your micro, could you press the button there to get the mic on the base, the yellow? There you go.
Does that work now?
Yep.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Members of the Assembly, my name's Bill Taylor. I am owner of Colony Builders, and I'm here this evening to speak on behalf of the Anchorage Home Builders Association. We are in favor of this ordinance as written. It's been a while coming. There's been a lot of input and collaboration between the administration, the building board, staff, members of the administration. So we've worked hard to reach this point to provide some effort to improve this title. There's a few hidden gems in here that I personally love myself. One of them is the driveway grade that's increased from 10 to 12%. Most of the highways that you drive have a maximum grade of 10%, highways and roads, but driveways are still held to that 10% standard. So as development moves up the hillside, you get in situations with lots where that extra 2% is very valuable. And I think this is very long overdue. It's necessary just based on the need that I see in building houses myself and trying to cope with some steeper grades. And there's no real sacrifice in safety, I don't think. Is 10% more comfortable to drive? Yes, but sometimes you have a lot that you own, and if you don't have 12%, you can't, it's not buildable. So I don't think that's really beneficial. Another one is the air admittance valves that is long overdue. This is a simple fix for an installation that works. It's very straightforward. You just don't have to require your plumbing fixture doesn't require a vent to the roof, which can be extremely expensive if you're a remodeler. And if it works, does it really matter? And I say it doesn't matter if it works, and it does work. So those are a couple of little minor items that have come forward that are long overdue. And I think this is a good ordinance. All the members of the home builders and the development community, really industry itself backs this ordinance. So I will close with that and answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't have anyone in the queue right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will go ahead and go to the phone. Ms. Honest, would you give Ms. Pease a call, please?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Pease.
Yes.
Hi,
Did you testify? Which ordinance are we on?
We are on item 14H, AO 2022-88S, changes to Title 23.
Very good. Because of the lag, I wasn't, in the YouTube, I wasn't sure. So I am speaking, this is Nancy Pease, and I am speaking on behalf of Rabbit Creek Community Council, which considered and voted on this last week. Rabbit Creek Community Council supports the Assembly's S version that retains the current code regarding municipality licensing of general contractors and other specialty contractors. Our understanding is that requiring licenses in the municipal code is what enables municipal enforcement. And as Anchorage residents, we want and need the assurance of qualified professionals and workmanship. We're concerned, based on our discussions with municipal staff, that if this were only, if these contractors were only licensed by the state, that the State Office of Occupational Licensing does not have the resources to enforce unlicensed individuals or poor performers. So therefore, we oppose getting rid of the municipal licensing. We want to retain the current code as in the Assembly version. And other comments from Rabbit Creek Community Council, we were very pleased by productive updates in the substitute ordinance, and we endorsed the following: allowing permit extensions without a time restriction given good reasons, simplifying the calculation of inspection fees, the new section on air admittance valves, although we realize that probably requires a professional to critique it properly, and the new definition for limited access roadways. So again, we support all those parts of the Assembly's S version. Thank you for the chance to testify on behalf of Rabbit Creek Community Council.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I strongly oppose 2021-88S. I'd like to bring the council's attention to temporary structures. This is located on page 5 of 26 of the packet. So 23.10.104.3.1 for permit requirements for temporary structures intended to be occupied more than 14 days. So this kind of, again, goes back to the accessory dwelling units that we were talking about earlier. So here it says that you're going to tie people up in a permitting process. You're going to require them to pay a fee. Before you were saying that they're tax exempt. Now you're saying they're going to have to pay a permit fee. Do you see how we have the double talk as citizens? You say, no, we're not going to take from you here, but we're going to steal out of your left pocket. You can keep the money in your right today, but we're going to steal from the left. Tomorrow we're going to take from your back pocket. The next day, the other back pocket. It gets a little silly. So again, with regards to licenses being suspended, a need for licensure, the reason why we have local building ordinances is because they can always be more restrictive at the local level, not less than the state. So it's a major concern that you're suspending those and the reasons why. And can we personally sue you if we have someone come to our house that is not licensed and screws up on the work and causes our family harm? Because they're not licensed, they're not trained. Major concern. 25 of 26 in your packet. You can see limited access roadway. It stipulates that if you have a 4 or more dwelling unit property, so if there's 4 families, 4 people that live on that property, 4 doors and keys, it's called a limited access roadway. So it's different than previously stipulated on the prior page 24 or 26, which is a driveway, which will only apply to 2 family homes now. So what's the big difference? Well, a limited access roadway gives the municipality eminent domain to be able to come onto your property, to be able to dig, to be able to tell you what to do, to be able to tell you how to pave your driveway, with what and by whom and when, how you have to shovel it and everything else. So wake up, residents. The control is coming. The screws are tightening.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
S version?
The S version.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So we have a few amendments here, and I'd like to get started. And I would say the First few actually came from the administration, and they went through the Community Economic Development Committee, so we put Weddleton and Allard as co-chairs on them. And then, so anyway, just to start them off. So this one is I move amendment number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
This, I think really actually just, and I think Mr. Thompson, you might move up front, just, I think for this one we got it, but staff could help on all these. I think this actually is just group R for residential should not be used for, temporary shelter should not be used for residential. I think it was more correcting and oversight than, it's not really a change. Verify for that, please.
The microphone isn't on. If you could press the yellow button. Great.
Hi, my name's Ron Thompson, Building Services Director, through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton. It was requested in the work session with the Assembly that our occupancies may not be what people would want temporary buildings to be. At the end of the day, we are fine with the prohibition. In the 23, 25 years that I've worked in the building community here in Anchorage, I haven't seen a temporary R occupancy anyway, so at the end of the day, it's not really a big deal. I think it's fine to have an exemption because our occupancies probably isn't the greatest temporary use anyway, but we were trying to put an ordinance together that was all-encompassing, and taking the R out, we're fine with that.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Weddleton, anything else? Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move amendment number 2.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
I guess I'd let Mr. Thompson summarize this, but it is an issue I know we hit on the hillside and new developments as we get out on the fringes more and more.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Weddleton. The issue ends up being is on large lots that driveways tend to be over 150 feet. The code was requiring you to put a fire apparatus turnaround. That basically made you cut about 8,000 square feet of trees down where you really don't necessarily need those trees to go down, just to create a 70 by 60, 70 by 60 L shape to turn around a fire truck. We worked with the fire department. They did their research on all of the properties on the hillside, and they felt that we suggested 300 because it was a standard in code in other areas. They came back and said they felt very comfortable with 250 feet. And this amendment just helps clear that up so we are not just cutting a bunch of trees on the large lots on the hillsides just to create a turnaround when we can safely get fire apparatus out of those subdivisions and those properties as exist today.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 2.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Before we move on, Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to declare a potential conflict for this amendment and run through the questions. I own rental properties that this could apply to.
So do I.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I will pull out the questions.
Who doesn't? I'm always working on mine.
Shoot. Do we have a little card?
Hold
One more. Sorry, other copy.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I will go through the questions to determine whether or not you have a substantial financial or private interest in this matter before the Assembly. This is different from my version. Okay. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action?
No.
Is the financial or private interest immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
It would be speculative, the latter.
Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
That would be speculative, so I'd say no.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which you or a household member belong?
Possibly, yes.
Are there any other factors that could be deemed appropriate to consider under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of this action?
Just that I own rental properties that if this provision passes, it could apply to, but it would be extremely speculative as there's no intention of doing any work on either of them in any near term.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. It is the ruling of the chair that Member Zalatel does not have a substantial financial or private interest in this matter before the Assembly. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I hadn't crossed my mind that there would have been a conflict, but I've also got a funky old fourplex in Spinard. Once in a while I have to pound a nail, but I prefer not to. So I had not thought of declaring a conflict, but if that's required, I would do the same thing. My answers would be very similar to Ms. Zalatel's, and I imagine the result the same.
I can go through the questions, Mr. Weddleton. You've already declared the potential conflict, and then, if I understood correctly, you have said that your answer would be no to all the questions?
My answers would be essentially the same
Oh,
as
the
Ms.
same
Zalatel's.
as Ms. Zalatel? Then it is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a substantial financial or private interest in this matter.
Thank you.
So if you want to move the next amendment.
I'd let Ms. Zalatel do the honors on this one. It actually originated with her question at a work session, if she would.
Sure, thank you. I move amendment number 3, please.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, otherwise known as the Couples Amendment, would revise the requirements to allow an owner of a residential building to be exempt from the contractor licensing regardless of whether they live on the property or not. I think we heard earlier from Mr. Couples, he spoke very eloquently to it and its origination, so I would urge your support.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 3.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Amendment number 3 passes 11-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended.
Oh, got another one.
Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I'm sorry. Whoop, wrong one.
What was that? Sorry.
Sorry, I thought I had another amendment. I had the 23s and the 21s got complicated. So we're speaking on the main motion. I urge support. I would like to point out a few things. This is very comprehensive, obviously hit a lot of items. And months ago, as it worked its way through the building board, I went to 2 of their meetings. I imagine they had at least 4. And it was really impressive. I mean, we've got some really high-level, thoughtful people on that board. It's been a huge amount of time. As we know, when we redid the Title 23 package a year and a half or 2 ago. But on this, the conversations were just amazing. And you can see the results in the S version. And it was stated that this is the Assembly's S version. It is not really. It is the building boards. It is the staffs. They work together. The dynamic was really impressive, the give and take. And that's where we landed on this. And I expect we'll have unanimous approval because they beat all the controversy out of it where they should, at those boards where they have a huge amount of knowledge in it. So thanks to everyone on the building board, Ron and Adam and the other people. It's really, and I think Bob Dole might have been even, and the builders, the home builders were there as well. It was really good participation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion? We are back on the main motion as amended. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-88S as amended.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14H passes 11-0. We now have before us item 14L, ordinance number AO 2021-89S, an omnibus ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 to align Title 21 with current practices and to provide clarity for implementation of code and related matters. Public testimony is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Good evening. My name is Meredith Gutierrez. I live in Indian along the Turnagain Arm. Does that answer all? It's been a long night. First, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. And thank you for continuing to be committed to all of these things. I'm going to be honest, this is the first time I've sat through all of this. But I'm here tonight because my home is in Indian, and currently the statutes say that I am required to pave my driveway. I sent in earlier a resolution from the Turnagain Arm Community Council that we are trying to amend that requirement, that along the Turnagain Arm that we are required to pave our driveways. There were several supporting statements within that resolution of why, but the last one that's not in there is actually more personal to myself. My driveway connects to a road, though public, the municipality does not maintain. You don't plow it, you don't sweep it, you don't pave it. We are saving up to pave it ourselves. Yet I'm being required at this moment to pave my driveway or the first 15, 20 feet of it. So I would encourage you, I'm really thankful to transportation and the city. They've come up with a exemption for us along the Turnagain Arm, which is within this ordinance and this current amendment. And I would really appreciate your support in continuing that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you again.
And if you could move the mic a little bit closer, Bill.
Yes, okay. My name's Bill Taylor. I'm the owner of Colony Builders and here on behalf of the Anchorage Home Builders Association. And I'll be very brief. This is very similar to the last ordinance that I testified about. We all worked together to get here. We support it. I think there are needed changes that have kind of percolated down from years of use of the code. The code that was, I call it the new Title 21. This is the new and improved portion of Title 21. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see anyone in the queue right now. Thank you. We do have one person signed up for phone testimony. Actually, we have two. One of them was here earlier. We'll go, if you would call Mr. Edgington, Ms. Honest.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Edgington.
Speaking.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 14L, AO 2022-89S, Title 21 changes.
I will be unable to speak to it at the moment since I'm driving. Apologies.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and try Ms. Pease.
Hello, Ms. LaFrance. This is Nancy Pease.
Hi, Ms. Pease. I think you know you're on for public testimony on item 14L, AO 2022-89S, Title 21 changes. I'll set the timer for 5 minutes as you will be representing Rabbit Creek Community Council, correct?
Yes, thank you. Rabbit Creek Community Council considered the changes in this ordinance on February 10th at our meeting and voted to submit the following comments and changes. Specifically, and I have page numbers for some, but not all of these. Our community council wanted to delete the proposed change, increasing the size of sheds allowed in the side and rear setbacks. Our community council would prefer to keep the current maximums of 150 square feet per shed and 300 square feet total rather than increasing that by a third. We feel that the proposed size increase would allow the equivalent of 2 single-car garages right up to the property line, and that would defeat the purpose of the setback. If the larger size is justifiable for some reason, we feel a compromise might be to allow the use of only the inner 50% of the setback. Our reasons for supporting or preserving the setback are solar access, privacy, the open space that provides character and a buffer in our residential area, and fire or emergencies cropping up so close to the property line. The second comment we had regards a long stretch of the ordinance from pages 17 to 32 regarding changes to the application forms for various administrative actions. We recommend amending. We understand that the ordinance wants to delete references to the Title 21 User's Guide, as those guides are not official. However, we would like to have alternative language that includes references to the relevant standards of Title 21. Our concern stems from conversations with a senior planner in which we understand that when the staff develops an application form, they may take license to simplify the application form as they have in the past. And the example we were given was the form may ask only for a description of the surrounding zoning and not the surrounding land uses, which is what is required by Title 21, because the applicant can just look at the zoning maps to get the zoning, whereas determining land uses might require a field visit, which is more work. But our feeling is that the surrounding land use information is required to properly apply Title 21 in this instance. Surrounding land uses might include a daycare or some other use that couldn't be within a certain radius of an alcohol retail facility. That's just one example. So anyway, we wanted to emphasize adherence to Title 21 requirements, and especially to do so in 3 parts of the code that directly affect Rapid Creek Community Council. On pages 20 and 21, starting on line 48, the references to street review and trail review. There is a reference in there to a document other than Title 21 called A Strategy for Developing Context-Sensitive Transportation Projects. We're concerned about that. We're unclear of the origins. Specifically, was that document developed through a public process? Was it adopted by the Assembly? It confuses us. On page 21, there is the review and approval of subdivision plans, and here it authorizes AO 2015-94 and the municipal surveyor to determine supporting information rather than Title 21. Again, that authorization seems opaque, possibly arbitrary. We would have concern that it could favor the applicant and not the public interest. Also on page 22, vacation of public and private interest in land. That's an issue that often concerns our council. We again would like the application form to address standards of Title 21. Moving right along on page 16, the cash bond for temporary signs. We support retaining the cash bond for permits for temporary signs on the theory that the current bond requirement motivates the sign owner to remove it without costing code enforcement any time or money. We feel that the current code is or should be self-enforcing. We have lingering political campaign signs in our neighborhood, and we think temporary signage should have a bond for removal. Getting toward the end here, on pages 23 and 24, we support the new requirements for detailed information for applications for gravel extraction. And on page 27 and 28, we support the new requirements for detailed information for large parking lot layouts and designs. And finally, we support the Assembly version in its retention of current requirements for professionally approved landscape plans for commercial and other large developments. That was a lot. Thank you for taking the comments of Rapid Creek.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Please state your name for the record, your community
Hey,
council.
Bill, excuse me. Before you go, hold on. Mr. Taylor, sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
When we're done with the public hearing, I just don't want him to leave yet.
Okay,
Thank
got
you.
it.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Williams?
So when we're done with the public hearing, through the chair, can we, the people, be involved in the conversation too? Member Constant. So page 5 of 32, again, we're back to accessory uses and structures. Accessory dwelling units continues to come up over and over again. So we can clearly see on lines 34 through 36, no variances shall be granted in any accessory dwelling units. So any of you that thought that you were going to get an extra bite of the apple, hopefully this time the Assembly will hold you to account. Connexes, again, I would like for there to be no limitations on connexes. They should be able to be stacked 15 units high. Once you start talking about different types of accessory dwelling units and giving different ones precedence over another, an igloo or a tent should not be less desirable than an RV. or a Connex, equal protection under the law, Madam Chair, as is guaranteed under the 14th Amendment, and you're enjoined to it to defend our rights. Page 7 of 32. This is discussing setback. So this is a direct attack. You might be able to remember about 4 months ago, there was an issue with a gentleman with an RV, and 5 people from the community came up and attacked this specific gentleman about an RV and wanting him to move it. As well, there's concerns about vehicles being parked in a static position for 14 days and them being able to be seized by the municipality. On page 8 of 32, it discusses the amount of size for lots required, so it's going to affect all sorts of property owners. Page 9 of 32. Covered porches can be 50% of the total building height, so ConocoPhillips will be able to provide shade that will occlude the sun for all of downtown. As well, page 10, food and beverage service drive-through restaurants are now going to be required to have spaces for parking for the public based on their total square footage of their lot. So every one of y'all that owns those drive-through lots in the municipality, you're going to have to build new spaces for parking that you don't have. Common Grounds Espresso
Thank you for
is
your
a big one.
testimony. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. S version, second. S version.
A motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Bill. Mr. Taylor. Thank you for coming up. So, normally I would do this after we have our amendments and all of this stuff, but with the last item that passed and the conversation about ADUs and this item, I think it's being demonstrated that we hear you, that we need to remove blockades to building and to permitting and to achieving success in developing housing for our economy and for people to have places to live. One of the ongoing concerns that I hear from people, and it's always somebody with a horrible story, is the bad builder or the bad contractor. And so in some ways we're eliminating protections. And I think it's reasonable what we're doing here because there's a demand and we need to do it. And I've had this conversation with Clay Porter, with Eric Visser, with you. I just want to have it here on the record that I'm hoping you as the builders and you as the permitters and the contractors that serve would come up with a mechanism of quality assurance for the community. It's not our job to ensure quality. It's our job to ensure safety. Right, but we still hear the complaints when the quality issues are not resolved. And by quality, I mean a contractor who you hire, who comes in, takes all your money, uses it to build someone else's home, and leaves you with nothing, and then does that over and over again. These people are in our community, and they are working. You know, they're taking advantage of people. And so there's a sacrifice we're making in the protections to achieve more high-quality products in the community. So my challenge to the home builders, the real estate agents, mortgage professionals, the permitters and the engineers is to come up with a seal of approval, a review process, a Better Business Bureau for building in the community. Because we need some kind of tool by which the public can turn to and say, these people do good work and I'm not going to get hurt if I go with them. So I challenge you guys to come up with a method to do that because there's no one that could do it better than you, the home builders, and your associated partners.
That was well put, and I agree with you 100%. There's always this push-pull. If you loosen restrictions, then you open the door to the bad players. And there's that challenge that is built in, it's structural, it's existed for, many generations. But I think at least members of the Home Builders Association do have a standard of quality and philosophy that we work with, and you're not allowed in the association if you do stray outside of the lines. You know, we have something to say about it, and you know, other than a type of you know, Better Business Bureau enforcement arm of the home builders, I think we police ourselves, you know, reasonably well. But you know, we all know the horror stories that we've experienced in the past with the site-built condos is a good example. You know, how in the world could we have prevented a couple of developers and builder types that went completely outside the boundaries of not only the code, but also the quality standards that should be built in. You know, it's not specific, and quality is hard to define sometimes. It's a standard that, you know, my standard of quality might be different than another builder's standard of quality. But I really appreciate the observation. I think it's a discussion that we can take up at the board level with the home builders. I think that's a great place to start.
Thank you, and I hope I did not suggest that your group wasn't quality, because I want you to know I believe you're the standard in the community, that you're the benchmark, and by you we should measure all others.
Yes, and the National Association of Home Builders has they call it industry standards. It's like, is a poured concrete acceptable with a displacement of, you know, 3/16 of an inch? And you can quantify those kind of elements. You know, broadly speaking, when you talk a home built with quality, you know, there are a lot of components to that. And I think what you're looking for is something broader, something more general.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, we have to make a motion to continue if we're going to do anything, but I just want to put that on the record because I believe it's the future is you and your field of people setting a quality standard that others have to strive toward. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And Mr. Constant, are you going to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue to 11:30.
So a motion to continue to extend to 11:30 has been made by Mr. Constant. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd change that to move to extend to midnight, and I think we can get done. 11:30, we won't finish this.
Is that all right? Do you agree, Mr. Rivera? Okay. Mr. Constant, Mr. Rivera agree. The motion to extend to midnight has been made and seconded. Any opposition? Okay. Seeking unanimous consent, we are extended until midnight. I want to note for the record that Ms. Quinn Davidson has been excused from the rest of the meeting. And then I will go back through the queue. Actually, I thought there were a couple folks who were in queue. I know we've got about 9 amendments. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So I'll go ahead and start in on these in a moment, but I do have a question for Mr. Gates. We got the packet of amendments, and some are in pink, and I don't know what they signify.
You know, I'm not exactly sure, but we've had this happen before where we ran out of white paper in the copy room.
Okay.
Miss Honest printed those. I think she had to leave, but I think we ran out of white paper, and that's all. There's nothing special about it being pink.
All right, thanks. So I would move amendment number 1.
Second.
And once again, I would say a number of these have Weddleton Allard on them, and that is just as co-chairs of the Community Economic Development Committee. Most of these came, from staff in response to, I think, to questions we had at the work session primarily. So this one would delete the section regarding ADUs, and I'd look for Mr. Thompson to stand ready at the mic should there be questions.
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, on this one, this was suggested by Mr. Gates in the work session last Friday. We agreed that it could have been redundant, could have been done different ways, but we're fine with this because building code should be left to the building in Title 23, which we just handled, and this is a section that had added more restriction in Title 21 for building than the building code itself had. So we needed this section out of the code. So we agree with Mr. Gates's rewriting of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 1.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0.
I'd move amendment number 2.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard.
Okay, purpose summary of the amendment talks about historical reference, which may be true also, but it does change some of the rules and standards for porches, and I'll let Mr. Thompson embellish a bit.
Yes, through the chair. Basically, there were some questions over the last several months with regard to whether uncovered or covered porches. It was a grammar issue. So what we did is try to set this out to clarify and clean it up so it did mean porches that were covered and uncovered, not porches that were covered could do it and then the uncovered couldn't. So it was it was a wordsmithing that we felt that interpretation wise it needed to be made. And then they also added the historical references at the bottom in this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 2.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Amendment number 2 passes 10-0. Mr. Weddleton?
I don't want to hog the limelight. This one actually has a stack of sponsors here, so if Ms. Kennedy or Zolotel wants to make the motion, or Allard.
I'll move amendment number 3.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Ms. Allard.
Yes, just as it describes, it adds unpaved to local street to provide for clarification.
Mr. Weddleton?
And just, this is not the one that Ms. Gutierrez spoke to. That comes later on in the packet. Thanks.
Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Mr. Thompson, my question is, it's kind of minutia, but I wonder if it makes a difference. The word "for," the article there, exception for paving. It seems to me that just the linguistics of it, it should be "from." Is there a standard in the code for why it's "for"?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, I would, again, this went through legal before we put that forward. I can see what I see what you're saying. I think I'd defer to Mr. Gates to see if he thinks it needs to be exception for or exception from.
It probably doesn't need to be. I just am curious the artful language there because we're changing it for us in the language that's coming out. So I mean, surely it's functioned, but anyhow, it's probably minutia.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 3.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. Next, we have amendment number 4. Who is moving this?
I move amendment number 4.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard.
And this, I think, corrects awkward language regarding unit lot subdivision, which I suppose lands all on us because we did it just a few years ago, but really it's just a grammatical correction for clarity.
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, what this does was clear up, by the ordinance itself, it allows more than 8 unit lot subdivisions to have more than 8 units. But we had missed in the ordinance the language with regard to that it would be other than through an abbreviated plat. So it cleared up the language so they can go through the platting process properly. So with the ordinance passing, this amendment has to pass for us to properly do our work related to the platting and unit lot subdividing.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 4.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Amendment number 4 passes 10-0. Next, we have amendment number 5.
I move amendment number 5.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Weddleton.
Yes, this amendment allows what can be parked or stored within the side yard and rear setbacks. I raised this during the work session, so this will now allow seasonal storage of RVs and recreational equipment, but still get to the issue of the junk cars accumulating. And thanks to Mr. Thompson for coming up with the great language.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 5.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Amendment number 5 passes 10-0. Next, we have amendment number 6.
I move amendment number 6.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
This does a fairly small change in some regards to the table of allowed uses for Chugach Eagle River in their Chapter 10 to allow fitness centers less than 20,000 square feet in I-1. And I believe that census, it was just an oversight when we did the new code.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 6.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. Next, we have amendment number 7.
I'd move amendment number 7.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
I'll let Mr. Thompson explain this one. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton. I do want to go back real fast and just say thanks to Assemblymember Constant, Zalatil, several people that commented on that last ordinance that we did. It wasn't just a single effort. It was back and forth with a lot of language trying to clarify what's really happening in the city. And a lot of this code changes all went through that process. And so it's one of those times where it's kind of nice to see that kind of effort, that everybody was kind of going after a single goal, a single effort of making things work. And so I wanted to, it wasn't just me that wrote it, like Meg said. It was multiple people and multiple staff members too, and they feel like they can very much deal with the junk car vehicle. Much easier, much better with that wording. So I appreciate the effort you guys put into that as well as our staff. So this Amendment 7 has to do with just dealing with giving one more exception to table 21.6-1 to add an additional 10% to the max lot coverage for unenclosed decks and carports if you have those. So in the event that, a lot of people have houses and buildings that are built really close to the maximum lot coverage, but they really want a carport, and it's very, very difficult to meet the standards in a normal lot to get a carport be able to meet the variance standards. Therefore, this is trying to give a little bit of an exception, similar to other ones where they give you 10% for certain types of structures. So in the specific case of unenclosed decks and carports only, it's allowing the max lot coverage to be bumped up just slightly so you can get a few cars in a protected, uncovered area. And that if a person wants to add a deck to enjoy a barbecue, that they can add a little bit without a big impact to the neighborhood and a big impact to the lot. And being unenclosed and open, you really don't notice that closure that it would look like as a typical lot coverage type of thing. So hopefully that clears that up.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I was actually curious what does it look like an unenclosed deck, or is it just a carport or also an unenclosed carport?
Typically it's an unenclosed deck is just a second story deck that's unenclosed down below. No closure, no walls on it, nothing closed in,
okay.
No foundation besides the post going to the deck. And the same thing with a carport. But sometimes you have L-shaped houses, and so you want to fit a deck in to meet those two sides. So we were worried about the double side. So as long as it's open on two sides, then it's unenclosed and it allows you to park cars underneath it and have a deck. So that's kind of the thinking behind that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I don't see any other members in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve Amendment number 7.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Amendment number 7 passes 10-0. Next, we have Amendment number 8.
Move Amendment number 8.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
Sure, and now this has Ms. Allard's name on there, and that was maybe inadvertent unless she chooses to stay on it. This amendment and the following one did not go through the Community Economic Development Committee, but were just worked on by myself in response to requests. And this one, as we heard from Ms. Gutierrez on the issue of turning an arm, and this has also been an issue. The Community Council has had 2 resolutions encouraging that this change be made. And it is to allow driveways to be unpaved, just have crushed rocks. You don't have to pave them. You don't have to have wrap, even if you're on a paved road, and paved local roads. So these are smaller, lower traffic roads. And, in some places like Turning an Arm, the reality is most of the homes with their driveways were gravel before the road was paved, so they don't have to pave them. So it's just a few new lots that were undeveloped. Such as Ms. Gutierrez, I think she's probably been there 3 years or so now, 4 maybe, and had built it. So hers would have to be paved, whereas all the other ones around her wouldn't. And it kind of changes the texture of the neighborhood a little bit. And with the Turning an Arm plan, it's, the notion was we want a rural character, and a lot of having an unpaved driveway is part of that sensibility. So it ties in with their plan as well. So I urge approval.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly support this amendment in concept. I have one specific question about, so it says local streets in Turning an Arm may be surfaced with a layer, et cetera. Is Turning an Arm a sort of term of art? Is somewhere that is defined in our code? I know there's a Turning an Arm comprehensive plan, but I assume that is related to a Turning an Arm community council. I guess I'm just curious. Turning an Arm, of course, technically I think Girdwood is on Turning an Arm, right? Or it's at the end of it. but that's not what's being referenced here. So what's the actual zone where this exception applies?
I guess I see Mr. Whitfield here. I might let him speak to it. But the turning and arm plan actually is essentially McHugh Creek all the way down to Ingram Creek, not including Girdwood. So, and I believe on our maps and the tax district is also the same thing. So it is fairly well defined. But and is not mentioned as if it even doesn't exist in the official streets and highway plan, by the way. So, but Mr. Whitfield.
Through the chair, I'm going to have Dave Whitfield respond to that because he has the language that it should take place to clear that up.
Yeah, through the chair, Dave Whitfield, Planning Department. I would suggest using the language, the area, the boundary of the turning and arm comprehensive plan. As Mr. Weddleton pointed out, Girdwood is, while technically in the turning and arm area, it's not part of the turning and arm comprehensive plan and would not be covered by this amendment. So I would use the boundaries of the turning and arm comprehensive plan.
You want to make that motion to amend, or you want me?
Why don't you go ahead, Mr. Weldon?
Okay, so I move to amend the amendment to add, and I think I'll try it a little different, but it'd be add after turning an arm, the words as indicated by the boundaries of the turning an arm comprehensive plan, comma.
Second.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Dunbar.
So just let's make sure the clerk has the amendment to the amendment, and that was made by Mr. Weddleton and seconded by Ms. Zelatil, to insert after turning an arm as indicated by the boundary of the turning an arm comprehensive plan.
Correct. I think you would put commas on either side of that.
I think it's boundaries, plural.
Boundaries, okay. Boundaries of the turning an arm comprehensive plan. And Mr. Dunbar, did you have a comment?
No, I think that addresses.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, members may. And as soon as the system is ready, members will proceed to vote then on the amendment to the amendment to insert after turning an arm with a comma as indicated by the boundaries of the turning an arm comprehensive plan, comma. And this is an amendment to amendment number 8. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 10-0. We are now back on amendment number 8 as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 8 as amended.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. Next, we have amendment number 9.
Move amendment number 9.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Allard.
I would recommend everybody flip to section 11, page 9. This is, I mean, if you look at it carefully, it's a little complicated how we get to where we land on this because we had section changed and then everything deleted. I think that the goal of the document in front of us is just leave it alone, leave the section on landscaping the way it was. And my intent here is not really to change the intent or where we were, but to make it a little more clear. So it restores the language that was in the original version and then adds a bit. So if you're, I think you should be able to read it. So the stuff that's all in caps and blocks that was going to be deleted, that will stay deleted, but the underlined stuff, lines 34 through 40, I'm sorry, through 42, so the part 1 and part 2 would be retained, and I augment that. And what I've done, and you can see on the back side of this amendment, is added where the required landscaping is less than 1,000 square feet, then all you need to do is kind of indicate where that landscaping is required. And if you look at these plans, they tend to do like squiggly little cloud-like designs around them and indicate what the code requirements are for landscaping in that area. And that's not an unusual way to do building plans. If you go over 1,000 feet, then it kicks in where you need a licensed landscape architect, and this just uses the wording that's in the what's existing code. And what happens here is we talk about you need a landscape architect if it's over 1,000 square feet, but it doesn't really make clear if you're under 1,000 square feet. So my experience is you kind of got to end up getting a landscape architect, and you're going to spend, I'd spend $1,000 for 3 trees and 12 bushes. You know, I paid $1,000 for the plan, which is almost what I paid for the trees and the bushes. It didn't make sense. It was just such a small area. And, you know, nurseries and landscapers do sketches of what goes where that's very crisp and is adequate for the plan, but, or for really adequate for approval. So it just makes more clear the lower requirements if you're just doing a very small area. And I have some examples of L1 type landscaping and L2, what the requirements are if you're under 1,000 square feet.
Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve amendment number 9.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Amendment number 9 passes 10-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Mr. Weddleton.
Excuse me. Yeah, I urge approval of this. And again, it's very impressive work from the department, I think, working on this. And I want to address some things that we heard from the Rabbit Creek Community Council that, you know, I looked at some amendments and I sent them to staff and then decided not to do them. But they're not unimportant. I mean, the change in the shed size where you can do 200 square feet instead of 150 is really much larger structure if they're within the setback. But it's a fairly complicated issue too, because we have one size in Title 21, another one coming from the building code. And the reality that they face at the counter is that 200 for the building code, you don't need a permit, they just go build it without investigating the Title 21 requirements. So to get that fixed, you could go and change the building code to 150 square feet, but that's not what we've been doing for many years. So now you have a whole bunch of sheds that are all non-conforming, which is not a good place for us to be in general. So I think it was a good idea, and I worked on it, but it's much more complicated than a simple amendment. There's also a request from the Rabbit Creek Community Council to have code requirements on the applications. And they actually do some, and I think I got an example from Mr. Whitfield that was fairly good. You know, you can't give the whole book, it just outlined what was there. But you also have more complicated projects. You have a pre-application meeting where you sit down with the planners and they go through those various requirements fairly carefully. And they had pointed out, like, what are the land uses around the project and so on. And all those things are done at that pre-application meeting. And for really projects of not even too much significance, you have to go to the community council and you're going to hear about land use. So I think that was covered. And then you kind of the overall tone in this, and I appreciate Mr. Thompson's involvement because it, you know, has a good sense of what it's like at that front desk when you're approving projects. And the wording here and the layout and the simplification really makes their jobs easier, where they don't have to flip from one book to another and you have contradictory, you know, or potentially or perceived contradictory parts of code, which is what really gets everyone frustrated. So I think we've made some headway on less frustration there. So I appreciate that with this ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to real quickly echo a lot of what my colleague just said. Really impressive work here from the staff, from the users, from, you know, clearly this is a collaborative effort. I'll say, you know, we do Title 21 reforms. We've done many in the last 6 years, and usually they're much more controversial than this, which is sort of surprising because this is such a large reform. And, you know, we might get criticized for passing this in the dead of night as one of the phrases they like to use these days, but I think that's not what happened here. What happened here is it went through a very good, robust public process at planning and zoning, and I think we end up with a good product. And so these are reforms that I hope will lead to more affordable and quicker building and development in our city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-89S as amended.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14L passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14M, ordinance number AO 2022-1, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage amending the Anchorage 2040 land use plan to change the land use designation of part of a parcel of land from single-family and two-family to urban residential high for Wharton and PTN except deeded tract.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Assembly members. My name is Craig Bennett with S4 Group, and I'm representing the petitioner tonight. I'll just be quick. We are requesting approval for both this map amendment and the following rezone. Currently, this property is split zoned and split land use designated. This is located just north of Fireweed and west of C Street. The property is accessed from the south and has a very steep bluff on the north side. And for this comprehensive plan amendment, there are no objections from any of the reviewing agencies. The Planning Department recommends approval of the amendment. The P&Z Commission found that all of the approval criteria are met, and this action corrects a mistake in the land use plan map, which identifies a single parcel of land with two different designations. This housekeeping will bring the small northwest corner of the property under the same land use designation as the rest of the tract. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. Seeing and hearing, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I stand in strong opposition to 2022-1. It's interesting how this is the first ordinance of the year, but now it's finally getting put forward. I also don't believe that the description there is quite accurate compared with what the previous testifier just stated. Very concerning. I believe he used west of Arctic or west of sea. So that's kind of confusing as to exactly where this tract of land is located. No modifications of zoning should be done until after the election and after full reapportionment is completed. Because you're changing too many things simultaneously, and so we the people, we the voters, aren't able to understand what exactly is going on. But there's a big change from single and two-family to urban residential high. How many more persons per square foot or per square acre will be allowed to live in this area? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig, would you mind coming up again? So I just want to speak a little bit about this. We have some neighbors that early on expressed concern about this, and there are some of us that had conversations with them. Craig and Francis went out and met with these folks and walked the site. And I'd like you to just, if you can, just share some information about their proposal to the P&Z board in terms of a special limitation, and then the conversations that you had with them in terms of the concerns they had, and how you feel like the current code and the current rezone adequately addresses their concerns.
Madam Chair, can we move to extend, please?
Actually, we are extended until midnight.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Mr. Bennett?
Thank you. Craig Bennett, through the chair. We did meet with neighbors. Most of the neighbors were in agreement with the rezone and happy with it. Their main concern was the steep bluff on the north and retaining those trees. And we did meet with them. Planning department met with them and explained that there's new code, well, existing code now requires a 15-foot L2 landscaping buffer along the north property line that would protect them. Also, current code now has Chapter 7 and Chapter 8 that speaks to steep bluffs, saying that generally 30% and greater slopes shall remain undisturbed and 50% shall remain undisturbed, and this slope is 60%. And then also the third thing we brought up with them is this is in seismic zone 4, and the P&Z Commission brought that up also, saying very unlikely they could get approval from the muni departments to disturb that slope. And the SL that the neighbor asked for was 150-foot setbacks from the property, and we explained industrial and residential has a 15-foot setback. 150 is a quarter of the property. The property is 4 acres. 150-foot setback is 1 acre in itself, and that they already are protected with the slope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more follow-up. So the P&Z board considered that special limitation, but ultimately denied it, and then moved forward unanimously for this, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure we put that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to check in. I didn't see any action by the North Star Community Council. If contact had been made with the Community Council in addition to just a single concerned resident. I'm seeing a shaking head yes, so contact had been made with the Community Council.
Yes, ma'am. We had a community council meeting.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-1.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? Oh, thank you.
Item 14M passes 10 to 0. We now have before us item 14N, ordinance number AO 2022-2, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 4.07 acres from R-2A SL, two-family residential large lot district with special limitations, and R4 SL, multifamily residential district with special limitations to R4, multifamily residential district for Wharton and PTN except deeded tract.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Assembly members. Craig Bennett with S4 Group, representing the petitioners tonight. And this is the rezone for it. The existing zoning on the site is R2ASL and R4SL, and we're seeking to rezone to straight R4 zoning. This property is currently split zoned, and most of the property is zoned R4SL currently. We are asking for it to be brought into conformance under just one zoning of R4. Trying to develop a residential property that's split zoned can be very difficult, and the existing zoning is 1984, from 1984, appears to be specifically addressing a site plan that was never completed and we have no record of. Rezoning the site to R4 zoning will allow for future residential development for the site with a code-compliant tract. And I ask that the board please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Please state your name for the record and your community council or area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, it's time that we stop allowing multinational groups to seize control of the operations of our municipality. It's an absolute sickening disgrace when we have members of the community who are in roles who can become enriched, and then they're creating the exact sets of rules that are able to enrich themselves. It is the definition of corruption and collusion.
Mr. Williams.
Stop the madness.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and your community council or the area of the community in which you live. And if you would go ahead and press the yellow button to turn on the mic. Thank you.
Turn us on?
It's good.
My name is Audrey Mason, and I totally agree with the young man that just spoke. The truth of the matter is there's only so much land, and our population is growing and growing and growing, and if you can make properties more accessible to more people so there's places for people to live besides living in the woods, I say go for it. There's a need for safe places for housing and density, and unfortunately, with the increase in the population, that happens. So I am for this.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live. Microphone isn't on. There you go. It's on.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Christian Harrison, and I reside in North Mountain View, District 1. I just had a question, and I apologize if this information has already been provided. This seems like, is this like the wooded area over there just south of the community garden area off of, no? Okay, I apologize.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-2.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14N passes 10 to 0. We now have before us item 14O, ordinance number AO 2022-4, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 8.8 acres from CE-PLI Chugach Eagle River Public Lands and Institutions District to CE-R-6SL Chugach Eagle River Low Density Residential District with special limitations for Track 2, Carroll Creek Subdivision. Generally
Waive
located.
reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. And if you could press the button there so that it's on
My
now.
name is Audrey Mason. I am with the Eagle River Community Council, and this property is in the Chugach Community Council. I am requesting to rezone from PLI. It was purchased through the HLB to R6, and these are all large lots. It's in keeping with everything that's around it. And I had absolutely no opposition from the Chugach Community Council and absolutely no opposition from anybody in the neighborhood because I've talked to almost everybody. Any questions?
I don't see anyone in the queue. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, District 3. You're converting public lands, once again, which have easement for all of we the people, and you are now moving them to be housing. So this is a nice carrot for the members from Eagle River. I know that the member Kennedy that's on the phone today, that she is in fact not running for re-election. Excuse me. But this is a nice carrot for the Eagle River community to say that they care about housing now. So we have one through the chair, Member Perez Verdilla, a couple for him. Through the chair, a couple for Mr. Weddleton, who's up for re-election. Couple through the chair for Member Zalatel, who's up for re-election. So everybody's got their carrot now. Oh, I forgot, through the chair, Member Dunbar, he's got another one too.
Mr. Williams, please address the item before us.
Stop buying votes with our public land. Stop selling off our public land to buy votes. You should have to disclose this on your APOC reports, what the actual non-monetary impact of this was for your voting and how many extra votes you bought with these ordinances
Williams,
tonight.
please.
These sickening ordinances where you're
Mr.
selling for
Williams.
pennies on the dollar. Madam Chair, please stop interrupting my
Mr.
speech in prior
Williams.
restraint. Thank you. It's a violation of my...
Mr. Williams, you need to speak to the item before us. Please remain on topic.
And again, can you add about 9 seconds back on my clock for interrupting me? Thank you. Title 18 USC, Section 242, deprivation of rights under color of law.
Your testimony has been recorded. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Ms. Allard, seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-4.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 14O passes 10-0. We have two remaining items on the agenda which are quasi-judicial. The first item is 15A, resolution number AR 2022-43, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana cultivation facility license number M12125 to Alaska Wild Coyote, Inc., DBA Alaska Marijuana Gardens, AMG.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, and the area of the municipality in which you live. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-43.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 15A passes 10-0. We now have before us item 15E, resolution number AR 2022-47, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana manufacturing facility license number M12471 to Alaska Wild Coyote, Inc., DBA AMG Concentrates.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-47.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Item 15E passes 10-0. Next, we have final audience participation. A reminder that if you spoke in initial audience participation, you cannot speak again. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. I'm in East Anchorage. I don't think Jamie Allard wanted to hear what I have to say tonight, but I'll say it anyhow. I didn't plan on speaking, but something happened earlier that was really disturbing. First of all, Must Read Alaska wrote a story containing a pretty crass allegation. There was a little video clip in the story that did not support the story. When people were told what to think was said, they chose to just go with that, with what they wanted to hear instead of actually listening with their own open ears. This is the way that divisive rage propaganda works, and it's shameful. Then the Eagle River Assembly member makes a speech about these false allegations. Because of this vitriolic propaganda, another Assembly member had to have a forensic analysis done on the voice, a woman's voice on the phone that nobody could tell what they said, to clear the allegations. Must Read Alaska and the Eagle River member should apologize to the Assembly, to Chris, to Austin, and to the public that they lied to. I wanted to ask Jamie, but she's not here to hear, to stop spreading vitriol, stop lying to us for political gain, stop destroying our city with your rage propaganda. It just needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is Christian Harrison. I live in North Mountain View, District 1. I just wanted to take a moment and recognize something that I think is very important. I want to thank you all for being here for 5+ hours doing the business of the city, and point out that right now you're doing this, and continually you do this at cost to your personal health. My mother was a tribal council member for probably 20 years before she passed away. These meetings, oftentimes people don't consider what you are all stressing your bodies on mentally, not just socially, not just your families, not And that's why I made a point to stay and thank you for what you're doing. Some people weather these times a little better than others, but over time, over the years, these things begin to weigh on and take a toll upon your health. And so I thank you for that, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you respectfully. I did, on Saturday night, take the time and felt that it was a more appropriate time for me to respond to Mayor Bronson's invitation to apply for the House Lived Experience Advisory Board. And so I imagine that will be before you guys and sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Niall Sherwood Williams, Assembly candidate for District 3. I would like to say the names Bashir Hassan and Kawika Pacaro. Body-worn cameras, accountability, transparency in the Anchorage Police Department. The Assembly member that's been squatting in the seat 3D now for 3 years, that I will be unseating, is on the Public Safety Advisory Committee. Since last April, Bond Proposition 4 has been passed. You stole $1.8 million from the municipal taxpayers. You're going to have to pay $6 million in interest over the next 20 years. No policy and procedure yet. Families mourning the loss of their loved ones, and you sit up there and just, you haven't written shit yet.
Mr. Williams, please refrain
It's a
from
disgrace.
using profanity. That's
It's
a warning.
a disgrace, and I have the right under New York Times v. Sullivan, 1964. The administration is accountable too. You've been in office since July. You've switched police chiefs now 3 times in a year. Dahl, McCoy, now the new one, Curley. He was the head of administration and records for the whole year under Dahl and then under McCoy. He was the chief lack of accountability officer and lack of transparency officer. These tyrants are a disgrace. They erode people's rights. How about we look at what happened this past Sunday right here in the Anchorage Library? Where's the police department tonight after a stabbing? Our municipal prosecutor let the person go not even 21 days ago. Before that, the state did. The person has a long list of convictions, everything dating from assault 4, assault 1, criminal mischief, destruction of property, and another thing I want to know, through the chair to Amy Domboski, did APD provide the man a lawyer and read him his rights before they brought him to APD headquarters for questioning when he flipped the table? The man that stabbed the person here on Sunday. Did they read him his rights? Did they give him a lawyer? He was previously thrown off for being not able to stand trial by the state. Did you give him a lawyer?
Mr. Williams.
I want to know.
Mr. Williams, stop shouting. Your time is up. Your time is up. Are there any other members of the public who wish to participate? That brings us to Assembly comments. I will start on this side. Mr. Weddleton?
No comment, thank you. I'm glad we got done. Good work, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
I have no comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad there were only 9 amendments on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good luck to everyone in Juneau over the next couple of weeks as you go.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No comment. Good night.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Don't believe everything they tell you to think.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
No comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say congratulations to every Alaskan that has participated in the Winter Olympics that are ongoing, and good luck to all of them who have their events upcoming. You're doing us proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a sign. Does that one work? All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the public who came out tonight, both in person and over the phone. We really appreciate your involvement. I want to really encourage the public to participate in the upcoming committee and work sessions. And just want to make sure everyone is safe out there. The roads are really slick, so be careful. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.